Hello, hello. Huh. Tracking died all of a sudden. It was working just before stream. There. Oh, nope. Let's see. There we go. There we go. There we go. Ha. I am here now. I am here. I am here. How are folks? How are folks? How are folks? It is I, Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I am pretty tired. I am glad that you live, Notebooks. I am glad that you live, LNB. Glad that you live. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Cracking my neck. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Wasteland. Thank you, Wasteland. The good oil and the not stale fermentario. Yes, exactly. To explain, and maybe we'll probably have to recapitulate on this, the traditional founding date for the city of Rome is the 21st of April. That is the traditional founding date. There is a really good question. Oh, okay, wow. Early raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm still just getting settled. Akshi. There we go. There we go. How was Old Republic? How was KOTOR? Ms. Akshi? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I'm an old man who loves old things. I was just getting started when you came in. That was a near immediate raid. For everyone, I guess. 55. Holy moly. You might be in the lead now. That might be the highest watch streak that I am aware of at the moment. That is very, very high. Golf Alpha Yankee has been ahead of you, but I haven't seen them in a minute. So I don't know if they are still ahead of you. That's the highest number I can remember seeing it. That's the highest I can remember seeing it. But yes, how was KOTOR? KOTOR was amazing. Anis Uber's Konditai. Yeah, I am personally on the CE side. I think it's more natural. Well, with the impossibility of getting it to stream, that's pretty funny. I should get my hellos, because I haven't even gotten the hellos for my own people here, let alone for the Raiders. So it's a good sign that it's time for me to get my shit together. Hello to me, hello to Seribot, hello to Rexy Raibu, hello to Sid, hello to Lost Notebooks, hello Wasteland Mad God, hello Pyromancer, hello You Matter and Are Amazing, and thank you for the first time chat, hello Akshi, hello Elrond Yarel, hold on, Elrond Yariel, there we go. And hello, of course, to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Hello to all of you. Hello to all of you. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Hello, Bones. Hello. When did Rome fall? Let's talk about it. That is a great question. So, I don't know what calendar date what calendar system would come up with this year being 10,2026, which is a terrible way to use, which is not usually how we say numbers in English at all. Making a quick note, Yep, I don't know why I said 10,000, 2,000. That's very strange of me. But the I can imagine a calendar system where you would do that. I just don't know anybody who does. Yes, the traditional founding date of Rome is April 21st. Whether or not anything actually happened on that day is another question. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. That is some ancient Roman kind of just made that up. anything Roman that happens anywhere near that long ago, Rome, the city, the city of Rome, the city of Rome itself, the claimed founding date is, I mean, I'm gonna have to actually check Wasteland Mad God's number because I don't remember dates this clearly. So 753 BC. Whether or not anything actually happened at that point is total guesswork. Total guesswork. The truth is that, like, anything that happens in Roman history before, like, the Punic Wars is, like, real guesswork. There's things that we can tell archaeologically, but the literary records before then are pretty bad. Rome functionally enters history with the Punic Wars. So, you know, I shouldn't know is, well, that's kind of what I'm saying, is that we're being generous with the concept of no here, Ryan the Space God. We have a historical figure who claims that it was April 21st, 753 BCE. That is a claim. How true that is, based on the first construction project 12,000 years ago. I'll be blunt, I'm not going to be into a calendar system that dates from a, like, complete guesswork, right? Dates for complete guesswork. Yeah, we know when Romans celebrate the occasion. We know that it shows up in their calendars. The Romans don't tend to use that calendar, the objective solar calendar, as their main thing. They tend to use the calendar things by excuse me. They tend to calendar things to the consoles. And it's also worth saying, Ryan the Space God, that it was not, like, not everybody believed in it. There were doubters even at the time. And I think much more... Well, I do think it's kind of interesting that we do... if it is off, it's off by... We don't know how much. We don't know how much. And but we do know that the city was inhabited, somewhere in there, give or take a few centuries. So we do have archaeology that demonstrates, like, that gives us a kind of ballpark of when the city started to be inhabited. We do have a significant complexity to the habitation of the city, in that the city was founded on a series of hills. And so that means that there's a period when it appears that the hills might not have been politically unified, which is an interesting thing. Anyway, when did Rome fall? That's a great fight, as Wasteland Mad God said. He's rolling up his sleeves. He's ready for this one. You know, not everybody, you know, I am personally a fan of 1922. That is my favorite date for the fall of the Roman Empire. June 4th, 1944. Okay, there's an option, Ryan the Space God, okay. That's the fall of the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottoman Empire, by claiming to be the Sultanate of Rome, that was one of their titles that they held for a long, long time, and then, you know, holding, hello Mix. One must lurk. I hope you enjoy your lurk, Mix. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I like 1922. That's the end of the Ottoman Empire. I think that the replacement of the Ottoman Empire with a Turkish Republic is a pretty final end to it. Nobody else was claiming in any particularly durable or credible way to have a continuous role. I would accept it. I think that's fine. am not the only person who's accepted it. The main reason that people have hello, Panzer IV of the Lake. Hello, hello, hello. The Roman Catholic Church has not generally tended to try to claim the mantle of being the continuation of the Roman Empire. Ulysses, I think so. I think it does count. I think it does count. So here's this is the reason why we get into questions of periodization, and this is the reason why I like 1922 as an answer. Is that if we are going, people often blur the Roman Empire and the Roman Republic, right? People often blur the Roman Empire and the Roman Republic, and that is itself kind of tricky. But once you accept that the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire are contiguous, and the kingdom, yeah, I'm not even getting into the kingdom, but people don't tend to remember that the kingdom existed at all. But if we're going to treat Rome from, you know, the Rome of 200 BC and the Rome of 200 AD as the same country, we start running into very poor reasons not to extend that all the way to, you know, the 1400s, right? And then we get a real good question of, like, so we've got, then you get into the 1400s, that gets pretty easy. But once you're in the 1400s, then I think the Ottoman claim, the Ottoman Sultanate claim to being the Sultans of Rum is actually pretty credible, right? That's kind of my thing, is like once you start pulling, I don't think so at all, Ulysses. Once you start pulling on the tab, the string of the, like, is the Empire and the Republic the same thing? Is this like the same thing? Then it starts to spool out very rapidly. And this is partially just kind of, you know, once more again, evidence that that countries are kind of fake, right? Countries are kind of fake. What do you consider as Rome being founded? Yes. Yes, Wasteland is making a really good point about, like, founding date, when people start leaving material goods, when the walls of the Pomerium. So this is actually what we get into, right? Is that if we need it to be addressed as Rome in their documents, then, like, the 700s is, like, massively too early, right? The massively too early. The archaeological evidence will only really be useful for, at least the archaeological evidence I've seen has invoked the evidence of permanent habitation. Evidence of permanent continuous habitation tends to be what we do. That tends to be how archaeologists do it. That tends to be the way that we do it. And so, yeah, and I mean that's, and again, like I said, I tend to not have a lot of respect for countries in general. I think that they are kind of silly and artificial. So you know, and yeah, it's, I would even say, yeah, it's a natural language issue, right? This is, you know, the whole thing that all of analytical philosophy is about as a tradition is, you know, how can we communicate precisely and clearly? No, Ulysses, no. No. The specific institution of the country of Germany doesn't really have any implementation. It has ideas, but it doesn't have an implementation before Bismarck, but it has ideas before them. The concepts are much older. And the concept of a country is a very abstract term, right? That's one of those things that I think people sometimes get a little bit lost on. Countries are actually very abstract. It is a very broad term that covers an enormous amount of ground. It is a very, very broad term that covers a huge amount of ground. And it's often a lot of things that are a term that gets used in history and political science that I don't think has a lot of purchase outside of those disciplines is the term polity. And I hope nobody who's actually like smart about these terminological distinctions is going to get mad at me. I see a lot of things that are polities in the abstract sense get referred to as countries, and a polity is a very broad term. I am used to polities referring to anything that has sovereign foreign relationships. And I'm really being clear here that I'm talking about, like, tribal federations, right? We are talking like tribal federations, like if your mail service gets large enough, it can start to be thought of as a country. A country is a chunk of land that doesn't have an even higher level of government over it. Yeah, that's I did say polities. I feel like you kind of would understand these distinctions better than I would, because I have not really dived into the theory of it. I have just hello Nap. Gotta give the shout out to Nap. Maybe. I don't think that people would generally say so, because the EU doesn't do a lot of the thing. Again, it's a deliberately abstract term. Is one of those like pornography type terms, right? It's one of those pornography type terms where it's like we use it and we deliberately try not to look too hard at what it actually means. But I feel like Wasteland would know this a little bit better. Like, what my understanding of what a polity is that it doesn't have to be a state. A lot of things that are not states are polities. Most famously, like tribal federations are polities that are definitely not nations. Or states. They're neither nations nor states. A tribal federation is definitely not. EU might be. Oh, okay, Golf Alpha Yankee. Okay. Wow, yeah, definitely. I thought I hadn't seen you in a while, so I thought maybe your streak had broken at some point. But wow, okay, Jeezy Pete's. Jeezy Pete's. Wow. Dang, 70. That's so many. As I said before, I think the highest I've ever seen was like 10 for myself. Yes, that is intentional. Yes. Yeah. Golf Alpha Yankee is doing deliberate native proted. East India Company is a polity, the Imperial Jap. Yes, yeah, the Kwandong Army in particular. The Kwandong Army in particular. Oh, neat. I did like archaeology in like a classroom type setting. I did like we went out to like we did like demonstrator archaeology. I never did any archaeology that was like research itself. The most I've ever seen was something like 200, and that was very insanely, I think it was like 250 was the most I've ever seen, and very insanely it was Manuel of Arms. It was Manuel of Arms in Cali Calico's chat, which is really crazy because Cali Calico does not have a schedule. I have no idea what the hell he's doing that he has caught all of those Cali Calico streams. For dumb reasons. Yeah, for dumb reasons. I'll let it through. I did a dig in Ostia. That's really cool. That's much better than what I did, which is, I went out to a dirt field near some old houses, and it was a demonstrator. It wasn't really intended to be real archaeology. It was so that, students would see what archaeology was like, and you poured your buckets of dirt on some sifters, and you sifted, and you wrote down where you found plates and shells and stuff like that. I mean, I did like a kindergarten version of that, but I did do that when I was a little bit older, when I was in like college, but it wasn't, again, I don't think it was intended as research. It was just kind of intended as a classroom experience. I have watched Stargate. I watched Stargates. Yeah, the school I went to had its own archaeology site. I just wasn't in the archaeology program, so I didn't do it. You know. No, not nearly. Elrond, that's so much. Stargate, there's so much Stargate. There's so much Stargate. I watched the first movie, and I watched most of the first couple seasons, and then I watched a couple of later episodes. Like, it's so much. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, my university is prisoner of war. POW is prisoner of war. But not most are gang materials. Yep. Prisoner of war camp. Yes, we absolutely did. Remember that we fought wars on our soil. We have fought wars on our soil, but also, so mostly our big ones would be from the American Civil War, would be the biggest ones. But I'm pretty sure we had some for, did we not keep any prisoners of war during World War II? I think we kept some. It's, silly and expensive, but I'm pretty sure we did. I don't know the thing of how badly POWs are treated in Japan, just that, like, I think it's reasonable to ask because the US has fought very few wars on its own soil, right? The US has fought very, very few wars on its own soil. The vast majority of US military action has been very far away from the US, so there wasn't a lot of reason to use POW camps on American soil. Yeah, okay, yeah, I thought so, yeah. There were a few from Japan. We kept some POWs from Germany. Yes, now I'm remembering more. Thank you. Yeah, there are a handful of stories I've heard of German POWs just staying in the American Midwest. But the main reason why they wouldn't really be here is that it's just kind of hard to justify doing it when you could keep German POWs in the UK. Like that's but yeah, how many yeah, Americans getting captured abroad was more common than Americans capturing and keeping on our own territory, right? It was it's not that we didn't do it, it's just, the logistics of it made it much more sensible to keep them on to keep them somewhere else, right? To keep them notably, right, in the UK. Oh, hold on a second. Taking a big stretch. I've never heard that, but I can believe that. It's not like an incoherent thing, right? That's not like incoherent or insane, to say. My understanding was not that he actively tried to get them killed, but that he refused to do anything special to try to get his son to come back. I don't know how much that matters to you as a distinction. But yeah, that was always how I understood it, was that he didn't have a lot of, he didn't give a shit. Ooh, Ooh, okay, that's cute. That is cool, Mr. No Talk. I did not know that. I did not know that. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. That is good to know. That is good to know. And I can understand why. I can understand why. I mean, there is something of a thing to be said that's, you know, Stalin had a interest, right, as a, yeah, he, and they had something of an interest in not making it apparent, in not giving people, a reason to believe that he was playing favorites. I think it was a lot of it. Was like he didn't want that would be kind of my read on that one, is that he didn't want people to think he was playing favorites, a thing that would have looked pretty bad for him as, you know, the leader of the Soviet Union. All right. I've never heard that. I've never heard that. I've never heard that. But I'll take some sips. But yeah, yeah, you didn't watch it. Yeah, yeah, I would say, well, Stalin's kid or Stalin's kids? Right, because, I know a lot less about his, the son who died in World War II than I do about Svetlana. Hello, Sebgev. Hello, Sebgev234. Thank you, and, oh, Yakov, yeah. 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 That was, Vasily is Vasily is an interesting character. Vasily is, yeah, there's a lot of various stories. But yes, I don't like him super much. Sebgev, my biggest thought about any emperor is that I am an American. I am an American, and I find the idea that we are supposed to accord certain people on this planet additional rights and privileges because of their line of descent, to be intrinsically ridiculous and undignified. So, not off to a good start on Emperor Hirohito. Not off to a good start for Hirohito. I think that that the Showa Emperor oversaw a really bad period for the Japanese people, and I think he bears some amount of responsibility for that. I think it's a bit of a convenient fiction that many people have agreed upon for reasons that I don't think are well-funded, and that I don't know that I have to respect as an independent citizen, that the Showa Emperor had little to no power over the course of events that, you know, led to the near total destruction of Japan. Emperor Norden I have a lot of respect for. Yeah, Emperor Norden I have a lot of respect for. A very, very funny thing, Elrond, is that there was a GTA RP a while ago. I did not get in because I didn't sign up in time, and I don't particularly regret it, right? There was a big VTuber GTRP that Berrybug held, and the Berrybug and Grimmy were hosting, and I talked with Nyanomancer, and me and Nyanomancer was in it, and I forget who Nyanomancer actually played, but me and Nyanomancer had an idea for a bit where both of us would roleplay as Emperor Norton, and then if we found each other, we would just kill each other immediately. We would just start trying to kill each other immediately. Like, as soon as we saw each other, it would be kill on sight. Presumably, probably with explosives. Like, if we ever saw each other, it would just be immediately throwing C4 at each other. With no warning. Otherwise, we'd be playing as Joshua Norton. But, like, total Jet Li's the one rules for playing as Emperor Norton. What do I think of the United States Electoral College? I think it's pretty bad. I think it's a pretty bad system. Yeah. I thought it was a fun bit. We didn't do it, obviously, because I wasn't in. Which I don't particularly regret. I might change my feelings about this in the future, but, like, as I have learned more about myself as a streamer, I am kind of less interested in that kind of role-playing thing. I'm less interested in that kind of role-playing thing. It seems very it just kind of seems not like me. I mean, Hideki Chojo died and he was a horrible person. I wish many things that Japan did during the 30s and 40s they did not do. I could change one single event in history. One single event in history. I'm not sure. I tend not to think too much about changing the past because that way lies madness. It's hard to live your life with lots of regrets. It's very hard to live your life with lots of regrets, and in order to not live your life with regrets, you need to choose kind of to accept that the past is unchangeable. Otherwise, it's very easy to spend your time, or at least maybe the type of neuroticism I have, is very easy to feel that yeah, I'm generally an FDR fan within the scale of presidents. I don't tend to have a lot of president affection, but he's on the better end. But yeah, single event I would change from history. I don't know. That's very difficult. That's very difficult. Xenophon doesn't survive the Anabasis. There we go. Let's go with the one that's going to cause a lot of problems. Let's go with the one that's just going to cause a lot of problems for everyone. But will personally satisfy me. That I will personally find emotionally satisfying. You would prevent leaded gasoline. I understand where you're coming from. Yes, physical anthropology. Wait, I'll type it out. Yes, Wasteland Mad God. Wasteland Mad God, you do bring up a really interesting... So let's talk about one that's kind of interesting. Let's talk about one that I end up thinking about and talking about quite a bit. One of those ones that people love, an extremely dad-core question, and that is fundamental... leaded gasoline runs smoother in cars. It causes cars to run more... It causes the engine to not knock as much. Increasing the durability of the vehicle. So the... And hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Hello. I'm assuming you've been here for half an hour. And hello, Coalbounds. So the most dad-core history question, the most dad-core alt-history question is, what would it take for Germany to win World War II? Right? This is if it wasn't for this question, it's entirely possible we would not have paradox games, right? As a thing. And what would it take? Or as I prefer to do it, I prefer to roll backwards through time, right? I prefer to roll backwards through time and look at decisions that the German command made. It's a bane of a question. And so here's one I always find really interesting, right? Is that I will talk to people who are not particularly versed in history, and they will often, or who are amateur enthusiasts, and they will often talk about, specific battles in the Eastern Front, right? Meanwhile, like I said, I prefer the kind of like rolling backwards and seeing like when did the Germans make a decision that doomed them, right? There was like a point of a flag of no return where they cannot roll back the save far enough in video game terms to get some other result. And I've often seen people suggest that it's sometime in like 42, 43. And then and here's the Wasteland Mad Guy. Here's the one that's interesting, is that I need to read the book. I have not read the book yet. But I am aware of a book that posits that Germany could not have beaten the UK even without the USSR or the United States involvement. Even if they had only fought against the Western Allies, they still would have lost. And I am interested in the argument. I don't know the argument. I know that the book exists. I understand I've heard the broad outline of the argument, and the broad outline of the argument, which I am sympathetic to. Yeah, no USSR, just the UK. Solo cage match between between Germany and the UK, and Germany loses. I would need to look it up. Hold on. I can look this up. I know, because I know where I heard of it. I know where I've heard of it. Not there. Well, it's actually, I don't think it's uncredible. I don't think it's uncredible. I want to know more. Okay, it's not, I'm not finding it in the place I thought it was. I thought I had it, I thought I heard about it from Goldwag. Well, I mean, that's the thing, Elrond. This is the thing, Elrond. This is the thing, Elrond, and to let's talk about its way for that thing. Is that hello, Blue? Oh my goodness! Thank you for the 17 months. Thank you for the 17 months. Good to see you. It's so good to see you. Has the travel been good? Blue? So the point, Elrond, that I have heard is that the Nazis' economy was so badly overheated that it was not just, they could not handle a stalemate. They had overextended their economy to the extent that they would have lost if they didn't continue to win. They would have, it's a little bit similar to, this has happened before. This is not the first time this has happened, right? Like, this is how Alexander's empire worked, right? Was that the Alexandrian Empire, only continued to operate as long as it kept on conquering cities, and not just conquering cities, but conquering cities that had stores of silver. You couldn't just win battles. You had to win battles against people that had tons of money that you could incorporate very quickly. And hello, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. That's, I think, is really... And so if that is true, right, then the objectives that the British and the Germans have are actually quite disjoint. They actually do not have the same goals, and therefore they do not have the same, like, the ability of them to perform those things are not the same. If the Germans need to capture new industrial machinery at the same time, yeah, exactly. Wasteland Mad God has basically spelled it out, right? That's Germany, in order for Germany to beat the UK, they cannot merely have a stalemate. They need to capture London and the industrial north. And they need to do that in a times frame. Like they need to they have a time limit for doing that, and if that clock runs out, they lose. And the UK is not on anywhere near as strict of a clock. The UK can keep the war going. The UK can stay in that war for a pretty long time, because their economic fundamentals are just completely different. Their economic and governmental fundamentals are just completely different. This is not a even war, even if the amount of metal involved looks similar. That said, I want to know more about the argument, and I'm kind of annoyed that I thought I had the name of the book and it is not where I thought I wrote it down. That the German, one of those things that is often unpredicted by people going into a war when they're looking at a war is people often predict a much higher degree of economic fragility. I mean that the islands were not in danger of starving on a reasonable time frame. Not compared to how fast the Germans were going to starve. That said, it is worth pointing out that this does ignore the effects of the war in the Pacific on the British, right? Because the British were doing very poorly in the war on the Pacific, and they were not that close to losing control of India to the war in the Pacific, but I would need to, examine what that possibility was like if the Japanese had made a completely different series of decisions and kept their focus on the South plan as opposed to doing the East plan. Hello, Sharkray. And also, Matthew, from a Dago here and Amped Guard perspective, that's actually kind of interesting. Because I don't know if Dago here and Amped Guard really work at all. They have to work at all for like large groups of people, right? Like the Roman, the canonical Roman form of combat of throw 2 javelins, charge home, doesn't necessarily work for smaller groups of people who are not fighting in close order. Another thing that the Dagohir and Amtgard rules would not simulate is just how big the gap was between Roman armor and other people's armor. That is actually a pretty credible explanation for a lot of the Roman superiority over their peers, particularly over their Eastern peers, was that a Roman soldier, a Roman heavy infantryman, was wearing way more armor than a Greek equivalent. They are way, way more heavily armored, and this allows Romans to operate inside the reach of a Greek pike phalanx in a way that is really overwhelming. And yes, Wasteland Mad God has the core point, is that the German style of the German economic and operational capacity could not tolerate actually waiting for Britain to starve out. That was not an option. They could not execute on that. And so, like I said, I question on this, right, is like, roll back the timeline. I I would like to say that the problem was the election of Hitler, or like the general rightward turn of the German government. I think, though, that I am going to accept that people have a little bit more agency, including Mr. Hitler. And to me, where the Germans get on the rails of kind of being doomed in World War II is in the 30s, in the mid-30s. Not with the election of Hitler, but with the actual direct implementation of an economic plan where you mortgage your entire future on your ability to capture other people's industrial machinery faster than you can wear it out. Once they start implementing that kind of industrial policy, where they reorient actual investment in industry into rearmament, then we wind up with a real problem, right? Then we wind up with a real problem. Yeah, and so we're kind of wandering here a little bit. That is a good question, Sharkray. If the Russian Revolution had turned out differently, I think that there is a potentially kind of fun alt history book there, where you do every chapter where a different faction wins the Russian Civil War or the Russian Revolution. I think that that's actually a kind of potentially fun alt history. It's inevitably going to be incredibly polemical and obnoxiously political, right? It's inevitably going to be a really annoying alt history to be like, oh, like, if this faction wins, then Russia turns into a total paradise, right? Like, whatever, like you're going to end up, it's going to be very hard not to make a decision to have somebody be who you think would have done a better job than the Bolsheviks. It's just like kind of hard for, I think, a lot of us to resist the pull. And if nothing else, like, to write a narrative piece of fiction where you propose like 5 different scenarios and all of them are as bad or worse than Bolshevik Russia is kind of like I'm not even saying it's like morally bad. I'm saying it's just kind of bad art. I think it would just be disappointing and boring. And so like people are going to judge you quite strongly depending on if you're like, oh yeah, like what if instead of getting executed, the Romanovs pulled out a wicked sick cavalry saber and decapitates the guys who are trying to execute them, and then there's a successful Romanov restoration, and everything turned out amazing, and by 1950, the Empire of Russia has a permanent moon base. Like, you can do that kind of crap, and people will, I think, rightly judge you pretty harshly for writing that. Hello, Vovern. Yeah, the Bolsheviks' victory was quite fragile, right? It's and I think anybody's victory in that conflict was fragile. If you were to ask me to put like an honest bet on like, what if we rolled back the clock and rolled the dice over and over again? What if we save scummed the Russian Revolution like it's Europa Universal. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to go for Hearthfire and that's it. Yeah, 1916, place your bets. I would say we start with February. Start with the February Revolution, and then like start with the February Revolution, and then who do you think wins? I don't know that I'd be willing to say that there's anybody who I think actually has like particularly good odds. I don't know. I'm also not like a super duper tight expert on a lot of the micro factions of it. Like, I've studied what the Bolsheviks did during and after, like over the next 5 years with some amount of tightness, but like, I don't actually really know what was going on in the like fascist camp. Like, I don't really know what those guys were up to, if I'm honest. My familiarity with the anarchists, despite that being of particular interest to me, is like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Tsar Nicholas pulls out 2 pistols, a Cossack saber and frees his family. Like, just taking shit. I've read Dune. We are about to go to the ads, and I really need to use the bathroom, so I'm very grateful for it, to be completely honest with you folks. I have read Dune. I'm afraid of going back to it because I think it might be a lot worse written than I think I might be a lot harsher on it than I was when I read it around closer to when it came out. Oh, please, have a good night. Have a good night, Elrond. Have a good night. We'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to put us on the BRB screen. We'll be right back. I am back. Are you okay, Mix? Are you okay, Mix? What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, okay. Workout time. Workout time. I'm gonna give myself a minute on that one. I might disable workout time because I'm feeling kind of under the weather. All of my muscles are sore, and my throat's kind of scratchy. So I think I need to disable that. I'll do one set, but I think I'm gonna turn that one off. In a few for the rest of this. It's just easier to manage channel points. Oh, I thought ad read was available. Why is ad read not available? Ad read is available. Hello Tohu. Hello Tohu. Hello Tohu. Yeah, I think I'm just kind of like got something. I think I just kind of caught something. All right. Push-up time. But how are you doing, Tohu? And did I say hello to Goroth? I did not. Hello, Goroth. Hello, Goroth. Yeah, stomach flus are terrible. Out of stock. There shouldn't be any stock for that one. There shouldn't... There's a cooldown. I swear to God, this goddamn site just gets work and work. Gets worse and worse. Oh, excellent. Congrats. Hold on. Now I'm gonna get down. Do my push-ups. I think I'm gonna do regular push-ups, pseudo planches. That is to say, I don't ever do truly regular push-ups. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. It says that I have paused it, but I haven't, is the part that's driving me nuts. It should have a cooldown. It's supposed to have a cooldown of 100 minutes. Oh my God, why is this so complicated? Okay, cool. All right. 22 and have autism, Mazel tov. Yeah, I am trying to think about how I feel about that Wasteland Mad God. It's as you have intuited and as many other people have noticed, I hate actually relaxing. I'm bad at actually relaxing. I feel much better when I feel like I've done something kind of productive. For whatever reason, I have landed on the particular set of mental illnesses where my reaction to being anxious is to either do the thing that I am anxious about so I don't have to think about it anymore, or go for a run, which, as things go, is a pretty good set of habits to have. I'm not gonna lie. I got pretty lucky with that kind of mental illness. I don't believe you, Sebgev. Yes, I do know that Wasteland Mad God. I sometimes do, but it usually takes place in terms of like something that I know I need to do that's like not like anxiety inducing, that's just like a general task I just like don't do. Hello Kirito. Hello Kiriko. Slowing down means I can't think as fast, which is scary, and then doubles the anxiety. I think that anybody who thinks that Emperor Hirohito escaped justice has complicated feelings about the existing U.S. military. I think that the things that you said earlier do not accord with a person who has uncomplicated feelings about the U.S. military. Slowing down means I can't think as fast. Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense for you, Voverin. And hello, Wea Biscuit. Hello, Wea Biscuit. Hello, Wea Biscuit. Not a fan of the green in that respect. I didn't mention it on 420, but yeah, I don't enjoy. It is unpleasant to me. It is unpleasant to me. I just have an actually unpleasant experience. It just makes me feel like actually bad. Yeah, and if you think that, then then you'd have a lot of problems with the the current U.S. military. If you think that that's a problem, you're high right now. Well, fair enough. I'm not gonna stop you. I don't mind other people being high. I certainly don't have any issue with it abstractly. I enjoy alcohol, so it's not like I've got like a moral high ground about like not interfering with your mind or whatever. It's just the things that weed does to me, I actively dislike. It is unpleasant to me. Hello, Matthew. Yep, Matthew. Yeah, happy belated 420. That's understandable, Blue. I can see that. I do not like the smell at all. That is true. There's quite a few people for whom they just find that it makes them very relaxed. That's a very common reaction. A lot of people just feel very relaxed. Just feel very, very relaxed. I have never had that experience. I don't know about never, but it has not been my experience as a rule. No, not where I'm at. My vices are indicative of my moral superiority in class, and people I don't like's vices show their lack of moral fiber. Yeah, it depends on the quality. The strength tends to be a big thing. The strength tends to be a big question for it. I don't know how much the specifics of the chemistry matter that much. Like, a lot of it is not well, a lot of it is not, like, good. Science, that is to say. A lot of it is not very good science. A lot of it is just like people smoke a whole bunch and then they write down how they felt about it subjectively. But it's not done in like double-blind situations, and it's not done with like the chemicals being isolated or anything like that. So it's not... I don't think anybody's done like particularly good science on... people have done very good science on like how to grow weed because there's a lot of money involved, but not a lot of science, I think, has been done, to my knowledge, has been done on what the effects are. What the actual effects are. Edibles are a little bit more of a, like, you don't get off of the train. Edibles are a little bit more of a commitment, so to speak. They're a little bit more of a commitment. Yeah, no, you said the same thing, SubGav. I just haven't responded to it yet. I just haven't responded to it yet. You don't need to keep reposting it. Yeah, it does help to have somebody sober around. That does help. And hello, Sabork. And hello, Sabork. I have the tolerance of a dump truck. I don't know what the tolerance of a dump truck means. I'm assuming you mean it's huge. I'm assuming you mean you have a massive tolerance. But I am not ignoring you on purpose. I'm responding to things as I respond to them. Relax. Relax. This is how a stream works. The streamer responds to things as they interest him. And there's many things happening. This is a fairly fast-moving chat for a guy of my size. You had never given 100. You wrote the entire paper high, you're on lol. That's pretty goofy. That's pretty goofy. That's pretty goofy. You didn't answer a question. You didn't actually ask a question. You made a statement that Joseph Grew put a lot of pressure on the U.S. government to protect and keep Emperor Hirohito on the throne. And yeah, this is, yeah. You need to chill, but there's not really a question there. That's just a statement, which, you know, there's a question under there, right? And I think some of the other World War II nerds would be able to talk a little bit more coherently about it. I can talk a little bit about it. There was a genuine question about what would Japan be after the US dismantled its government, and what were things that were load-bearing in order to keep Japan manageable. Remember that this is not a question of negotiating with a former power. This is a question of cutting down and negotiating with former power. This is a question of replacing its entire government wholesale. And there was a belief, and I don't know how true it was, there was a belief that the Japanese government needed to have the religious figure of the emperor in place in order to be stable and governable. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. The Japanese people who I know today are very firm. I have not talked to too many Japanese people about this because it's a kind of sensitive question, so I don't ask too many Japanese people this particular type of question. But the belief among the Japanese people that I have talked to about the existence of Japan as a government is that the existence and continuation of the emperor as an institution is load-bearing to the continuation of the government. As mentioned earlier, as an American, I think this is very silly because I think the concept of royalty is intrinsically undignified. But that is me being very, very, very American. In any event, I am, like I said, I am not really a weed dude. I do drink alcohol. We've seen people here, I think not most people here, I think many people here have seen me completely trashed because I have done that on stream, and I have posted some of those VODs on YouTube, so you can see me get completely fucking wasted if you want. You can, it is a known quantity. It is a known quantity. But and yeah. Yeah, this was. I mean, yeah, this was the thing, was that the conquering victors of World War II were not. Their objective in the late parts of the war was, how can we build the countries that we have just defeated into tools, right? How can we make them useful? And this is honestly kind of how basically every country that is in a position of overwhelming power treats those it has conquered. They have a choice between vengeance and utility. Tends to be the actual choice that they make, is between vengeance and utility. And again, there is a perception that the US government had about the post-Japanese order that I do disagree with, that I do think is in retrospect incorrect. There was a perception that a fundamental problem of Japanese governance going into World War II was the proliferation of minor princelings. Hello, Harley. Was the proliferation of minor princelings and minor members of the royal family spreading out throughout many layers. And the reason for this, the kind of logic here, right, would be that if the particular forms of toxicity that had led to Japanese governance of the 1930s, which I am firmly in the camp that it was an exceptionally bad form of government in the 1930s, if that was caused... if the leadership of that was primarily members of the royal family, then this is a reasonable hypothesis. I don't really think it was. I don't think that the things like the behavior of the Guangdong army and such were like causally derived from the Japanese royal family being very large. I don't think that actually makes sense. I don't think that actually works. I think that was a misread of the situation. So they could have been wrong about other things, including, for example, the preservation of the Japanese royal family at all. But that was one of the things that they accepted, and they didn't demand the specific resignation of Hirohito, which is actually kind of a surprise, that they could have demanded that the Showa emperor just resign specifically and that another royal be in charge. That another royal could have been in charge, but they didn't. So, you know, and yeah, and there's a similar thing, right, with how and the thing is, like, you can see that this is a coherent policy overall. Even specific individual decisions might not have been coherent. That this is a specific policy overall because of how the U.S. Behaved in Germany, right? Because of the U.S. behavior in Germany and Italy, where the concern was how to get Italy and Germany into functional governments that could be at least pseudo allies, right? At least efficient buffer states in the US camp. I appreciate the apology. Thank you, Sebgev. I appreciate the apology. Just remember to chill out, and that if somebody isn't answering your questions like in real life, that is one thing, but I am a streamer. There are many people here. I am answering many people's questions. I am fielding many people's questions. I'm fielding many people's questions, so it is not and this is a wide-ranging discussion. We are not even talking about the main topic that I came prepared for, right? I came here to talk about ancient history. I was coming here to talk about ancient history. I was definitely meditating as we got here on the incredible power with which people seem to be completely insane about interpreting the Peloponnesian War. Yeah, I'm going to it. The Peloponnesian War is a kind of interesting one in that it's literally the second major historical event that gets like really part of the Western canon. There are older events in Western history, right? Like the Bible is part of Western history and is older than that. And then we certainly have since then recovered, like through Ashburnapal's library, we certainly recovered quite a bit more. I'm American. We certainly recovered quite a bit more history of, you know, the Assyrian Empire and Babylon and so on. We've recovered quite a bit more history, but for a long time, Western history started with the Greco-Persian Wars, and then the second major event is the Peloponnesian War. And it seems that people are completely insane about the Peloponnesian War, and it's consistent enough that modern political figures fail to interpret the Peloponnesian War, or at least like interpret it in such weird and varied ways that now I'm like doubting if I understand what happened in the Peloponnesian War. And that's pretty goofy. And I'm certainly no expert on it. I'm certainly no Thucydides expert. I am from the Midwest. I am a Midwestern and I live in Brooklyn now. I'm the traditional Brooklyner. That's very sweet of you to say. It's very sweet of you to say. I also hate handing Sparta any kind of W. This is true, Wasteland Mad God. And I mean, I think somebody here may know the classics a little bit better than me. That's entirely possible. You're all good. You're all good. You just run to the never being able to relax. Yeah, that's understandable, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Yeah, that's what you meant. Okay. I thought you meant to the being. What I had said right before then was I'm from the Midwest. And like Wasteland Mad God said, right? It's you take breaks. You either have to take. If you don't take breaks, your body will make you take breaks. That's kind of and it's you take breaks or you have to take breaks. You don't really get like a choice in the matter at a certain point. And this is something that is a constant challenge for me, right? It's a constant challenge for me. You see swinging spiders in your peripheral. And I am kind of fortunate in that streaming is a little bit more demanding on me than I think a lot of things are. That I stream or I stream or I don't if I stream, I start getting weird. I start getting weird and boring on stream. If I stream too much, I start getting weird and boring on stream. And it's usually a much bigger, a much bigger question of like actual over exhaustion for me. I don't tend to notice, right? I don't tend to get like horrible hyper problems until well after I've passed the point where like I show up to stream and I just kind of like zone out on stream and don't pay attention to what anybody is saying and am like boring and weird, right? Like that is a I get to that point like way before I get to the point where I have like actual real problems. But it is something I do have to keep track of, right? And I am, like I said, I'm actually pretty annoyed at the fact that I'm feeling fairly under the weather because it means that I'm not running, and I love running. I love running. I love running. I love running. Yeah, it's you just get cold quiet and lock in. Yeah, and I try to avoid getting locked in. It's a huge it's a huge question on here. It's a huge question on here. You know, it's a huge question of like how you do streaming. Your heart is a bit weak. I would be careful then. I like running a lot. I think more people should do it because as hobbies go, it's actually pretty cheap. But, you know, it obviously has, but like, you know, if you got a physical disability, the fact that running is just, the advantage of running is that it's the one that I find easy to do. The important part is that you do something that works out your heart. Is that you do something that pushes your cardio up. That's the important part. So on Naruto run everywhere? Of course you do, We a Biscuit. Of course you do. Yeah. Your walk cycle. Yeah, you have so, like I said, I mean, I like running. I know that not everybody can or should run. At some point I'm going to have to give it up, right? At some point in my life I'm going to have to give it up, as you know I will blah blah blah, etc., and until I die. Etc. Swimming is generally pretty much better, but yeah, like eventually my knees are going to give out, but also, you know, eventually my entire heart and body are going to give out, so, you know, so it goes. Swimming, the problem is I need a goddamn pool. That's my big problem with swimming. Is I need a goddamn pool. Which is a pain in the neck. I also kind of just like it less. Like I said, running, do the one that you enjoy doing. Do the one that you enjoy doing is the most important thing. If you, the one that I don't want to do as a matter of like safety for where I live is bicycling. Bicycling is the one I don't want to do. Bicycling in New York is like the one thing you can do that's actually dangerous. Like that actually spooks me. Yeah. Yeah, it would be so lovely. It would be so lovely. We have so... God, we have so much work to do in this country. We have so much work to do in this country. To make that happen. Yeah, Wasteland, that's understandable. I mean, I love living in New York, but it's not good for cycling. It's not good for cycling. It is bad for cycling. It's very bad. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just... It is just kind of interesting to me that, like, I know people I talk to people who are, like, scared of using, like, the subway in New York, and it's crazy, to me that somebody would be scared of the subway in New York, or of, like, even just, like, being in Brooklyn after, like, 10 o'clock at night, which is, like, again, like, I think Brooklyn's nice. I think Brooklyn is nice compared to most of the places I've lived in my life. And then it's just like, no, man. No, this is... yeah, no, you want the rail system. The subway system is so safe. The subways are so safe. The subways are so safe. Nobody drives in New York. The traffic is too bad. So bad. It's so true. It's so true, Wasteland. It's so true. Honestly, Mix, one of those things that I joke about as like a dream, a dream I have is to, get like everybody I love to like live in New York just so they can have like decent public transit. So you have decent public transit and can walk to the grocery store. You know, those things are, yeah, there's no point in driving in New York City. I have managed to never be behind the wheels of the car. A few years ago. That must have been more than a couple years ago, because in 6 years... In 6 years, the big subway crime that made the news was the subway strangler. Who, you know, got pardoned or whatever. Because it's a very unjust country. I've managed to never drive, even like when I've moved I've been fortunate that other people wanted to drive, and I was like, okay, buddy, like, if you want to drive this van, if you want to drive this moving van, go ahead. I don't know exactly what happened to him. What happened? I know he was like not in prison. Did he just like not get convicted at all? Like, yeah, Daniel Penny. Was he just not convicted? Yeah, he was acquitted. Yeah, everything was wow. Yeah, this is he was not pardoned. He was not pardoned. But yeah, yeah, yeah. It was yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, Wasteland Mad God. Statistically, the subway is safer than being in your home behind a locked door in my hometown. That's like the big thing. That's like the biggest thing. It's like, even with that, the New York City sleeping on the subway is safer than sleeping in your bed in my hometown. So I might have a bit of a maybe my standards are a little bit weird here, but New York is the safest city I've lived in, unless you count like me doing tourism in Japan. But New York is, dramatically safer than anywhere else I've lived, even with all that. And the subway is the safest way to get around on a per mile basis. The subway's the most dangerous part about using the subway is getting hit by a driver when you're leaving the subway station. Like, yeah. I am merely talking about what happens if you just exist, right? Like, what is the incidence of crime? What is the incidence of crime on a just per hour basis? They'd only take my wallet, yeah. And that's actually kind of interesting, because that's not like a common way of muggings happening in the last 20 years. My understanding from the criminologists is that muggings tend to involve a really, really brutal beating first in most parts of the United States. Like if you're in the areas that I'm from in the Midwest, at least, usually you try to knock somebody unconscious from behind before you let them even know that you're going to mug them, right? You want to knock them completely unconscious from behind so they can't identify you when criminal charges come up. No, you're good, Wexy. You're good. Oh yeah, it's not the cultural perception of it. Yeah, no, the cultural perceptions are crazy. The cultural perceptions are absolutely fucking insane. I'm still thinking about the coworker I had that wanted to move from Brooklyn to Texas because she thought that Texas was going to be safer for Jewish people in specific. She thought that New York City was the most anti-Semitic city in the United States. And that Texas was a uniquely safe area. Well, there are tables. And I didn't feel like having a fight with her about it. Did not feel like having a fight with her about that. Yeah, Texas of all places. I actually don't know. I left the job before she did. So I don't know. I didn't keep in touch with her. We got along okay, but like, yeah. Well, and in the case of New York, it's really interesting in that the crime reporting is massively... There's an inverse relationship between crime and how much crime is reported, which is actually kind of true in a lot of America. Like overall, Americans tend to assume that the United States is getting more dangerous over time, and it is that's pretty much not been true since like around 1980. It is pretty... I don't know exactly what the inflection point year is, but like for the average American's entire life, the country has been getting safer. Admittedly, Weebiscuit, caribou are pretty scary. But a lot of rural areas actually have really high murder rates. The perception that a lot of people have that rural areas are full of nice down-home folksy people who are just nice all the time. It's a pastoralist fantasy that engages with the literary tropes that English language has been engaged with for, you know, a bajillion years, right? For you know, pretty much the entirety of our English language tradition. I'm saying words that awaken you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I do need to use the bathroom again, even though it's a little bit early for the ad break. But yeah, the American perceptions around crime tend to have very little to do with the actual observed and statistical crime. I wish I had the chart on hand. I wonder if I can find it. No, these are actual crime stats. I want the one that's reporting. I'm trying to kill time a little bit. Okay, well, I'll do that. I'll do that. We'll be back in a few moments. And I'll see you all in a few minutes. I need to use the bathroom really badly. All right, I'm back. I took a minute or two to figure out where the hell that chart was. I'm feeling really dumb that I'm looking for citations and not finding them. Makes me feel very stupid. Makes me feel very, very stupid. But how are you doing, Huggatree Be a Target? Well, welcome in. Yeah, exactly what's happening, Rexy Rivo. Exactly what is happening. There's a specific chart is burned into my goddamn brain, and I cannot find the damn thing. The internet's just getting harder to use. I think I'm getting stupider, but anyway. How are you doing, Jim? How are you doing, Jim? Good morning. Yes, we have now hit midnight, so it is now morning in a certain perverse sense of the word. A certain kind of perverse sense of the word. How are you doing? How are you doing? All right. When the conversation turns to the Eastern Roman Empire, unlikely. You would probably unlikely Wasteland Mad God. I feel like I need somebody else on if I want to talk much about the Eastern Roman Empire. The most recent book that I read, actually, finished it yesterday. Finished it this morning. I read Slingers and Sling Bullets during the Civil Wars of the Late Roman Republic. Very specific book. Very specific book, but I'm grateful I got through it. I am grateful that I got through it. It was good. It was a worthwhile time. And I don't think it was one of those books that like really revealed anything crazy to me. I think I kind of understood everything that's like a significant revelation in it, which is mostly just that, slingers were an important part of the combined arms doctrine of the Roman military during that era. They had this and that effect. They were useful for this and that thing. And what was kind of more generally useful was that it's a catalog. It's a useful catalog of sites that we've heard, of sites where we've found. It's mostly a catalog of sites where we have found sling bullets that we can date to the to that era, to about 90 to 30 BC. So it's mostly useful as this kind of like catalog for like, okay, here's places where we definitely found some. And it's kind of the most interesting part is that it's allowed us to confirm that several of our it's confirmed that several, not even confirmed, it has shown several battle sites that we didn't know about. several battle sites that we didn't know about. And that's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. That's kind of neat. It didn't tell me enough about like how they would be used tactically, I think, to really be that exciting for that on that front in terms of like a wargamer thing. You know, I from a wargaming perspective, I would like to know more about what the actual operations and technical things were. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. But yeah, I thought it was neat. I thought it was neat. I think that from my nerdy perspective as a video game as like a wargaming nerd, I would like to know more about what I'm doing. I would like to know about like what they're doing and how they actually operate. I would like to know more and more about how they operate. And like what they actually were doing. Like we know something. One of the parts that I thought was kind of interesting was that it felt like it was kind of conflicting between were slingers deployed as a singular block? Like was there just like a group of slingers for the army versus how well integrated they were? Because there were some suggestions that like all of the slingers in an army would be deployed together as a mass screening force. I have not listened to Mike Duncan's History of Rome podcast. I don't listen to a lot of podcasts. I really prefer reading. It's not really any particular feelings about Mike Duncan so much as I have a lot more trouble retaining audio information than I do from visual information. That's a lot easier for me. I would love to know, when did that happen? When did that happen? I'm actually really curious about that Wasteland Mad God. I'm actually really, really curious about that. Because that's an interesting change. That is an interesting historical change, and I am curious about how that happened and why that happened and what the effects of that were and when, even just when, because I don't know that much because my main knowledge of that's earlier than I expected. Shortly after the Reign of Justinian is earlier than I expected. I definitely know more about. I definitely thought it'd be later. I thought it'd be closer to like, yeah, wow. As far as linguists go, yeah, I mean, you know, it's different emphases, right? Different emphases. Different emphases. No. Oh, Justine was the last. That's interesting. That's interesting. Well, it's you know, how much do you care about history just in general, right? Just like in general. There's no reason why somebody who's primarily into the sciences would be like that invested in the history of science. for example, and vice versa, right? There's, you know, it really depends on a lot of people. Right. Getting ahead. Please, Jim. Have a good night. Have a good morning. Have a good morning. Yes, because you're European. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, unless like you know, if you're history, you know, history and you're not an anthropologist. Well, it's yeah, and it depends on how much you care about application. You know, it depends on how much you care about application. Versus and utility versus just being curious, I guess. And yeah, unsurprisingly, I'm like mediocre at best about the history of linguistics. Oh wow, hold on. Yeah. All kind of theologically oriented. Yeah, that's understandable. It's one of those things that is kind of funny to me that I think you probably relate to. That my knowledge of different topics is really kind of pretty all over the place. I don't think I have a ton of I don't think I have a ton of expertise on that's like just like super deep into one field. Yeah, I have a lot of when I tend to get into rabbit holes on specific topics for weeks or months at a time. And it's pretty fair to point out that, for example, I don't know that much about Roman law. Right? I think that that's actually pretty fair. I've been pretty invested in ancient Rome for a while, but my knowledge of ancient Rome is very based on, is very like social history. I have a lot of social historical knowledge of Rome, but like legal, and in legal history of Rome, I really know very little about, and that's like a big topic. That's a really, really, really big topic. And I just have never been that invested in it. And there's a lot to be said about Roman, you know, the history of Roman. I know a fair amount about social history. I don't know nearly as much about gender in particular as I could. I will defend myself on that one with the amount that has been written about, that the Romans themselves wrote about gender is very, very, what's the word I'm thinking here? It's very, the Romans themselves didn't pass down us a lot of writings about what women's lives were like. They just didn't. And so doing history on that is going to be a lot more challenging, and so people didn't... It's hard to write more secondary sources about things when your primary sources are absent, which is unfortunate. I would like to know more about how women lived. Right? I think history of that's actually a particularly interesting one, Gorath or Oboski, because history of science, I think that history of science should be a part of a science education. I think I did not, for saying that I have a history degree and a science degree, that I studied both of those quite extensively in college. I didn't ever actually have a course that was both of those at the same time. So my knowledge of the history of the sciences is actually pretty weak. And I think it's a subject that could be done, and honestly, the stuff that I have read in history of science, I would consider pretty weak. I think it could be considered pretty weak. because it's often just kind of like a series of anecdotes and dates of like when different things were discovered. And I think that often means leaving out some of... It's very triumphalist, which is like kind of the worst type of history. Is the type of history that's just a series of victories. You know, it's the propaganda problem, right? You know, propaganda is history written such that the arc is the victor gets stronger and stronger and stronger over and over again, and then you just get bored of the winning. Right, and that's how a lot of history of science I've read, and I think that there's a lot more interesting stuff to be said there about, you know, the missteps, mistakes, and paradigmatic changes. I will say, yes, Wasteland Mad God, I was going to point out that in history departments, historiography, I think, is a pretty common topic of education, but in my sociology education, we only got a modest amount about the history of sociology. I liked teaching it, but it was only kind of a modest amount of it. And I had some fellow professors who were like, why are you bothering, right? You know, why are you bothering to teach these students about, you know, Du Bois and stuff like that? Yeah, I can believe that, Goroth. My education, I did not take a course on it. This is me, like, I just read this is me reading a lot of books, and the science history books that penetrated into my sphere tended to be pretty boring. And I don't know entirely what that says. You know. Oh, no, I can believe that. I can believe that. I can believe... I'm not making a critique at all about the science that has actually... The history of science has actually been done. A Greek-Roman Empire by Fergus Miller. Okay. A Greek-Roman Empire by Fergus Miller. That is interesting to me. That is interesting to me. Like I said, I've got a pretty... Oh, this is... Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Did they just choose insane cover art for this? Because I'm looking at the cover art for this, and it looks like it's old as dirt, but then it says 2006? I guess it is 2006. Okay. I guess it's 2006. I look the first pictures I saw of it on archive.org made it look like it was published circa 1915, if not earlier. But all right. That sounds good. That sounds good. By Fergus Miller. It's a Byzantine documents. It's a Byzantine documents. But yes. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Not 2006 being old as dirt. You will not hear me saying that. You will not hear me saying that I think 2006 is extremely old. That is not a belief that I have. I think 2006 is still quite recent. I still tend to talk about... I had a discussion with a friend about flying, about flights earlier today, and the framework that I used for, like, dividing what year, like when my plane flights were was 9/11. I was like, yeah, my experience is post 9/11 versus pre 9/11. That was my dividing line. Uh, yeah, 1990 was 10 years ago. 1990 was always 10 years ago. 1990 will always be 10 years ago. Yesterday at 2004 wasn't 12 years ago. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, dear Miss Gravestone. Also, hello, Miss. Did I say hello to Miss Gravestone? I think I did. You know, yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there. Your knees will get there. They'll get there. You'll get there. You'll get there. Look at it this way, you're further away from Reagan. So true. So true. So true. Taking a big stretch right now. Cracking my neck. And Fenrir Angel 63, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. Sound like they're trying to beatbox. That's why you just gotta do more stairs. That's a sign that you gotta do more yoga and more stairs. That's like the one reason why I'm kind of sad I don't have a 3D model, right? Is that I think it would be kind of nice to do a yoga, VTuber yoga session. I think that would have been nice. Ad read. Yes, I would need the whole tracking suit, which is very annoying. I would need the whole tracking suit. Did you know, chat? Did you know that I do calligraphy and that you can pay for it? I sell calligraphy. It is $3 per word. $10 if you want me to do a cadel, which is considerably more challenging, but I appreciate the challenge. So please, if you would like to pay me for some calligraphy, if you would like to own some Almantas calligraphy, and hopefully not immediately. Yes, I am a calligrapher, Fenrir Angel. That is what I actually mostly do, is that I am a calligrapher. Have a good night, Wasteland Mad God. I am primarily a calligrapher. I specialize in Gothic and Batard, which is a French variation of Gothic. Calligraphy is the art of beautiful writing. It is a visual art dating primarily from the medieval era. I am fairly good at it, I would say. I'm fairly good at it. And that is what a Dwarf Fortress ASCII art scene. I would need to figure out how to budget that. I think that's possible. Since I could probably just treat it as text. It would be a little bit of a challenge to do the dwarfs. I would need to think about how I would render the dwarfs. But other things would be quite renderable. It would probably be fairly expensive. Have a good night, Matthew. Thank you for stopping by as long as you did. Today is not my birthday. No, today is not my birthday. It is ancient Rome's birthday, Fenrir. It is ancient Rome's birthday. But yes, I think I would have to figure out how to... Gorath, if that's what you want, we can figure out the pricing on it. It might wind up being quite expensive, I have to warn you. Because it could be quite large. It could wind up being quite large. But quite a large number of... well, wordlets. I would have to figure out how to calculate those as words. But yes, I think that would actually be pretty fun. I think that would actually be pretty fun. I might try to figure out how to do that. But yes, this is I will put it here again. That is my Ko-fi. That is where you can see that is where you can purchase calligraphy from me. As mentioned, I take commissions. I should put some of my commissions up there so that people can see more of what they look like, but I am being a bit foolish here. Give you a character limit. I think I can establish a character limit just based on like the physics of a page size. Just based on the physics of a page size. Unfortunately, I do not think that I can do like that famous boat murdered scene from the tutorial where it's a bunch of dwarfs getting trampled by elephants. I don't think I can do the entire thing. I think I could do the dwarfs getting trampled by elephants. I think that's actually quite possible. But like the entire page would be way outside the scale of what could fit into a page. I think the one that I did for Tohu Bohu, let me go back over to Ko-fi, is probably about the limit of what I can actually fit onto a page. How much was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So let's call it something like 20 by 20 maybe is probably about the most I can fit onto a page. That's probably about the most I can fit onto a page. And it is not implemented yet, but I think I have figured out, at least intellectually, how I can mail things out without causing myself too many problems. I do need to make sure that, and I might need to do some test runs to figure out how to ship calligraphy in a way where it won't get damaged. But yes. Literally running off punctuation in the typer, lol. Lol. Yeah, there's so much punctuation. All the grass. All of the grass. Yes, you can appreciate that. It's well, it's just like a sheer quantity of letters thing, right? It's a sheer quantity of letters. Big stretch. What does hag-filled mean? Lol. It means you like old people. It means you like old people. As I have been known to say, hags are just women my age. It's such like a weird. It's a little bit Theo. Also, hello Theo. Yeah, I mean, It's a VTuber phrasing. It's a VTuber phrasing that I think is crazy. It's a VTubing phrasing that I think is kind of goofy, and I would not use outside of VTubing. I would not recommend talking about outside of VTubing. Yeah. Yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair. That's very fair, Blue. That is extremely fair. Yeah, that's basically the gist of it, right? It's a bit of a, like, how do we call that? A move, well, yeah, I mean, I call myself a geezer, which is the closest we've got to, like, a male hag. Unk doesn't have, like, anywhere near the same level of, like, strength as geezer. It's, like, barely even worth mentioning. It's, like, barely even worth mentioning. It's yeah, because because misogyny is so different, right? Hello, Oliver 995357. Hello. Welcome in. It's as a society we are not nearly like the way that misogyny works in our society, where a man getting older is not seen as nearly the same type of parallel problem it is for women is like, yeah, it's a pretty crazy thing. I would not eat either, Oliver. I have been vegan for a very long time. So no, very strong no on either front on that one. A 29-year-old nanny and governess getting called old by teenager every day. Ah, yeah, very clear, very clear. Yeah, OG is pretty polite. OG is pretty polite. Somebody calling me OG was like, just like fine. Yeah, but it's usually, I don't think it's nearly as parallel, right? No, it's not OG. It's not, they're pronounced the exact same way in English, but they are different words. They are different words. OG is short for Oji-san, which is just uncle, and it's fine in Japanese. It's like kind of polite. It's kind of like the Japanese equivalent of calling somebody sir. Like, it's fine. It's not a big deal. And yeah, if somebody says they want to homeschool 5 kids, that's crazy. That is nuts. That is homeschooling's really hard and gets pretty poor results. 5 kids is way too damn many. 5 is way too goddamn many. The safe horny question. Yeah, Photosindros, I think that you have unfortunately, also hello, I think that you have unfortunately been pulled into a world of some crazy what do we call it? What shall I call it? Fandom space stuff that I find pretty goofy. I tend to get this is the fun part about being in VTubing. Discourse is a boulderization of discourse, which discourse is the no. Discourse as in like having a conversation around. Ad read, I should be paused. It should be paused for a while now. I shill my Ko-fi for commissions. I show my Ko-fi for commissions. I don't know how. For me it was getting called Oji, right? I can get called Oji. It's not a big deal. I think the equivalent for women isn't Oba, it's Bachan. Like, and it's from the same like derivation, right? Like Oji-san is uncle, then Oba-san is auntie, and I think Bachan is like the like. I would have to ask somebody who speaks Japanese better than me. Bachan and Nae-san was something I heard women get called pretty frequently. I heard Nae-san pretty frequently, which should I say Jie? Yeah, Oba-chan. Yeah. I think I heard that a few times, but I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure, and I was mostly traveling with men, so I didn't hear what they were calling women as often, who they didn't know. I didn't hear that as much. Slightly different pronunciation. Yeah, not surprising. Not too surprising. What's your job in question? I think I need to use the bathroom again, actually, Theo, is the thing. And I think we might be getting to the point where I need to do something on stream other than just talk. I might need to do something other than just talk. I might need to. This was supposed to be a stream of Oh, hey, yes. Yeah. I mean, the word governess makes you sound. The word governess is like a 1920s term, unfortunately. Yeah, just calling somebody G doesn't work, I don't think, very well. I definitely. That is super cool, Harley. That is super duper cool. You are super cool. No, these are classic. These are words. Seamstress is actually kind of interesting in that the last time I checked the job statistics, it was one of the few careers where women earned more than men. Very rare. Very rare. There's usually a gender wage gap, and it varies quite a bit by career field, right? The people will tell you the overall gender wage gap, but they'll usually not emphasize that it varies a lot by career field. And one of the few career fields where women earn more than men is seamstress, which I think is interesting. Yep. A seamstress is usually a woman who sews, but I don't actually know that anybody would say a seamster. That sounds very different. If you want to know how to sew, you should learn how to sew at a basic level. I really do recommend that you learn how to sew at a very basic level, that you learn how to put on... No, tailoring is its own kind of skill set. I recommend that you learn how to like fix buttons and like patch holes on your clothing. I really recommend that you learn how to do that. It will save you so much money in the long run. I think it'll save you so much time. So much money in the long run. I really recommend learning how to do that. It's otherwise very annoying. Okay, I am actually going to use the restroom again. I know that we use the rest. I know that I took an ad break relatively recently, but I need to go use the bathroom again. We'll be back in a few moments. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I am back. Hold on, what's going on here? Yeah, I never get called Osan. I never get called Osan. But they should. They should call me Osan. They should call me Osan. Should I add that to my tag? Should I add Osan to my tags? Yeah, washed is from washed up. You got called Osan? That rules. That rules. That rules. Lol. That's great. That's great. That definitely didn't happen for me. That definitely didn't happen for me. But, このじじが、you know what? I'm gonna. Hello, Sykes12146. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. That's true. I was not. I was not. I spent my entire time at like temples and museums. I did spend a fair amount of time at bars. I did spend a fair amount of time at bars. But you know, so it goes. Yeah. Some of those places are so good. Some of those places are so goddamn good. Good morning, good morning. I'm guessing you are European or Middle Eastern from that good morning. Or perhaps somewhere in Africa. But yes. Yeah, my brain is starting to kind of like grind to a halt without something to latch onto as an activity. I'm starting to... England, the English, the British, my condolences. But I hope that you're having a good morning. True, I did make the joke earlier. It is morning here. It is morning here, technically. It is almost 1 a.m. for me, so it is technically the morning. In a very, very technical sense. Taking a big ol' stretch. But yes, no, I'm starting to kind of... brain's starting to grind to a little bit of a halt. Hold on, I'm gonna... Chrome. Okay, so there is something that's been bugging me. Sorry, I opened up Chrome and it immediately was like, here's AI mode. And it's like, I don't want that at all. Like, I don't want that at all. That is vile. I have better things to do with my life than worry about that. That is the wrong schedule. That is the wrong schedule. There we go, that's the schedule. It's software bloat, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Okay. So a few streams ago we did this on stream. A few streams ago we did this on stream. And hold on, I'm gonna resize this a little bit. So, here's my thing. Here. Ask Maps. What would sorry, Forest Undress, what would refocus the stream? But okay, here's where I am at. I am looking at this, and I think this can be improved. Oh, the conversation around AI. Okay, yeah, that's true. It's I'm just exhausted with the conversation. I don't think it's actually very interesting. So okay, oh good. So here's my thing. I'm looking at this. I am looking at this and I would say to me, right, the purpose of something like this is to communicate with other people, right? The purpose of something like this is to communicate with other people, okay? Hold on a second here. Let's... the purpose of this is to communicate, with other... this type of thing. These video game grids. And here's my big problem with this. Is that this row sucks. This row sucks. Rise of Nations is so good. Rise of Nations is so effing good. I am tempted to stream it. I did stream Rise of Legends, and people seem to actually kind of like that. I love Rise of Legends. But I think that this row sucks. This is not too bad. This overlooked, I don't actually hate. But these other four categories I don't like. I don't think that they tell you very much about the person. What we're actually talking about really here is communication. We're talking about communication now. I don't like these at all. Because all of these, this one less so, but this entire second row is not really about the person involved. I think these are not really about the person and their preferences and what you can learn about a person. Yes, yeah. I wouldn't even say it's about hipstery virtue signaling. I'm going to be a little bit more neutral, but I think it like my neutrality will demonstrate further the uselessness of this category. This set of categories, this meta category, is just... all it tells you is about what the person thinks the discourse is like. This is giving way too much power back to self-conscious auto-signaling, right? This is way too much about signaling what you think about other communities thinks about what they think, right? It is far too many layers. Worrying about what does this person think is underrated? I do think Rise of Nations is dreadfully underrated. I think Rise of Nations is incredible and has not been given its due diligence at all. But I think that it is way too many layers of mediation, of social mediation, past what is actually useful for learning things about a person. I don't think that these are good. I think needs a remaster port is fine, although I will say that the biggest thing that this tells you about my beliefs, other than the fact that I think more people should play Rise of Legends, is that the main reason why that's kind of useful is for communicating my belief that the purpose of ports, is not to... I do not think you should bother porting already popular games that are readily available. I think that's stupid. I think that you should be porting games that are a pain in the ass to play. That is what porting and remastering is for. Porting and remastering is to give second chances to games that didn't succeed the first time on their own time. I don't think that we need to be doing them for games that already succeeded in their own time. I do not think the Twin Snakes was necessary, for example. I do not think we ever needed the Twin Snakes. I don't think we need another Deus Ex. I do not think we need Doom again. I don't like Twin Snakes. Like, in retrospect. Like, there's things that are nice about Twin Snakes, but like... yeah, that would be a little bit more useful. However, I think that it's more useful. I think that this is actually kind of useful down here. The turn the brain off. Well, and I'm okay with a certain amount of conversation bait. I just want it to be like, I want people to actually talk about what their beliefs are. Right? I want people to talk about how they actually felt and interacted with the pieces of art. No, I meant like, Theo, I meant like, if somebody told me that I am doing a new port of Doom, I would be like, what is wrong with you? Doom already runs on everything. I'm talking about Doom 1990. Yes, that's correct. It's not substantive enough. It's not substantive enough. My first thought on things that I would rather have, and let's get rid of these so that people don't think I'm, I also don't like best combat. Let's change to best mechanics. Because not everybody even likes combat-based games, right? The reason to, yeah, you know, I don't even, but I don't like these categories at all. Yeah, but then I'm gonna want it to, then I'm gonna want us to engage with other mechanics, right? I'm gonna want us to engage with other mechanics. Need an underhated. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. I'm just saying that, like, I don't think that combat needs to be singled out as the only type of mechanic that you engage with. I think that there's a difference there. Yeah, what do you mean? I think, yeah, best story, what do you mean? These ones I don't hate as much, but they're also kind of non-starters. You're right that these are kind of non-starters. These are kind of non-starters. I just want to get us past the like trying to do like meta-analysis of your community stuff. That's a different question. That's a different question. And I don't think it's very interesting. It's my biggest thing. I don't think it's very interesting. No, you're bringing up interesting questions. But I do think that I mean, if we want this, the best combat, I don't hate, but I'd want to have other best mechanics. And this is where I get into trouble, right? This is where I get into trouble. Is that combat mechanics among VTubers. When I talk to VTubers, the default assumption is that every game that they're going to play is a game that is about shooting people with a gun or stabbing people with a sword. But when I talk to non-VTubers, they are at least as likely to talk about Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley and Civilization and Wingspan are games that come up all the time. And those don't really... Combat's not really part of it. Combat's not really like what those games are particularly about, although Civilization does have quite a lot of combat. Just doesn't understand what Pat Labor was about, though. The only I don't Warthrone. The only time I know about like a Japanese director that's like gotten really up in their own ass about what they I don't know why everyone's talking about Pat Labor, but it rules. Pat Labor's great. The only time I can think of a Japanese director getting like really truly up their own ass about and like misinterpreting their work in a way that's really funny is the guy who did Serial Experiments Lane was really mad that people who weren't Japanese thought it was really good. He was like, no, this is a uniquely Japanese story. And it's like, no, it's not, man. Oh. I just hate that phrase. Nanomancer, what's up? What have you done? What have you done? Have you won? Have you won? Have you ascended? Have you reached level 5? Are you a level 5 wizard now? You fixed OBS, holy shit. What did you fix? What was wrong? Did you get custom docs running in Linux? Oh, excellent, 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 excellent. What was the issue? What was the issue? I'm actually curious now, because I get occasional stuttering. Yeah, Furo and Mix are about to start. We're about to get a fist fight. Yesterday was. The 21st was Rome's birthday. Yeah, the clutch claw's dumb. I just didn't use it. I just avoided the clutch claw as much as possible because it was clumsy. I felt very clumsy using the clutch claw. Shout out Rome. Yeah, shout out Rome. Shout out Rome. Shout out Rome. I'm gonna mess around with this a little bit more. I don't actually think soundtrack's super interesting. I actively didn't like that category anyway. I think best multiplayer and best with friends are redundant. Like, what are we talking about here? So we're giving myself a little bit more breathing room here. Are all based around understanding where to stand so it breaks. Interesting. I was a my Monster Hunter weapon of choice. I don't even disagree with Mix here, to be honest. Like, I know that Mix is like choosing a controversial stance. I don't want Furo to be feel like pushed out here or anything like that. But I was a heavy bow gunner. I was a heavy bow gunner because heavy bow gun was all about finding positions to line up good shots repeatedly. Like what were positions where you can line up good shots and reposition to new good shot positions when you need to. It was a mismatch between Miles Refresher and OBS's capture. That is strange. That is strange. Okay, that was originally, but that makes it sound like there was another problem. Sounds like you've got another problem. And I don't, And yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like multiplayer, the main thing is going to make something better multiplayer is that it's better with friends. Like, that's the main thing is going to make something good multiplayer. Oh, they're using different box art than I'm used to. Which one's the original? I just Lance is crazy mobile. Huh, interesting. Hold on a second. I'm reading up on Nano Answers. There's some fixes and calculate exactly when the stutters would occur, which they did, and then followed the entire thread's worth of fixes and didn't do shit. Did another change. Control the capture card refresh rate. Interesting. Yeah, dual blade is I never enjoyed dual blade. But the recording doesn't stutter at all. Interesting. I don't know what Switch X is supposed to tell somebody. Does it tell people that you're bisexual? Is that the idea? Okay, fair enough. 2 months, 2 months, but you're free now. You're free now, Yanomancer. You're free now. You're free now. Now you can stream again. The cat is free. The cat has destroyed his cage. The cat has destroyed his cage. $4,000 on sound treatment. Just get a super directional mic. Just get an extremely directional mic. Or Nyanomancer, consider this. Just use a ton of noise canceling. Just crank up the noise canceling. You'll be fine. Just more noise canceling. That's how you'll deal with echo. Just one more noise canceling. Just one more noise canceling. Just more noise canceling. That's all you need. You need more noise canceling. Get a shotgun mic and point it and hold it directly at your mouth the entire time. Learn how to use one of those vocorders and have it directly output. Use one of those use one of those vocoders that they use for people whose larynxes are destroyed, and just have that directly output instead of having it have its own microphone. Great sword if a high front line is needed. Most mass combo. Yeah. It's too late. It's too late, Nyanomancer. I've applied more noise canceling to you. I've canceled more of your noise. I'm in your house right now installing noise canceling. But yeah, what would tell people more, right? Because I am trying to change this so that it's more informative about the individual, right? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make this more informative about the person who is answering this. What are some types of things that people would like to know about me? Well, what are some things that people would want to know more? I do feel like we're actually kind of wasting some space here with criminally overlooked and game everyone should play. I feel like those are kind of wasteful. I'm playing Soak. Okay. I have played very little Toho games. Yes, we're done. Oh, okay, so we've got disagreement. Mix and Vover and disagree. Mix and Nate are on other sides on this one. And you're right, Mix. My game everyone should play is in fact popular, right? I did not actually suggest an obscure game for game everyone should play. You know, that's a game that has like a live 10-year-long tournament scene, right? That has multiple fan tournament categories. So it's not like it's obscure by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, Shadow of the Colossus is another good example. Or Shadow of Chernobyl, right? Or Shadow of Chernobyl. You know, oh, that's a good one. Beloved Jank. There we go, Shadow of Chernobyl. Oh, worst game I genuinely like. Oh, that's a good one. Worst game I genuinely like. That's a tricky one. What is the worst game I genuinely like? Slave of God rules. Slave of God rules. Worst game I genuinely like. Slave of God rules. It's so good. I love it. I will not slander Slave of God. But I will put that for best under 30 minutes. Slave of God. It'll be so funny thinking about Slave of God. Hell yeah, brother. There it is, brother. Slave of God. I'm not convinced about these two categories either, but I do appreciate that they didn't have this video game in here. All of your boats. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm actually okay with worst game I genuinely like. I just need to think about it a little bit more. Because I can tell you the worst TV show that I'm willing to defend. I can tell you the worst TV show that I'm willing to defend, and that's House MD. I know off the top of my head. Yes, House. Yep. I'm willing to defend House MD. It is not well written. Yeah, Person of Interest and Burn Notice are also good options for that one. That's also a good one. Fucking love Darewolf. Worst game I genuinely like. Okay, I gotta think about this one. I think this phrasing is not good. I know it better than the devs, but I feel like the developers of Payday 2 did not understand what they had made, and I think that most people who play it understand it better than they do. They just accidentally made something really good. They accidentally made something amazing. Worst game that I genuinely like. This is a complicated one. Oh yeah, no. If you haven't played Payday, you should check out Payday 2. I should do like a Payday 2 night. I know that Eldra Echo also plays Payday 2. Payday 2, they tried to... Payday 2 is good, just not in a way that's intended. It is some Europeans watched the movie Heat with Val Kilmer. And they tried to make like a what if Heat, right? In the same way that Helldivers is like, what if you could just play, what's it called? Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Starship Troopers, right? Like Helldivers is what if you could just play Starship Troopers. Payday is what if you could just play Heat. And what they tried to do is they tried to make it a stressful game, about like trying to do a heist and about trying to keep a heist under control as it spins out of your control. And what they actually made was Antifa Cop Murder Simulator 5000. That's what they actually made. GTFO is so hard. I'm not good at GTFO. GTFO is a real rough one. Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely, Furosindros, absolutely. It is actually deeply funny to me that like they did not understand that they made the most like. Oh, what's up, Mix? What's up, Mix? Idol Masters and Super Robot Wars, very funny, very funny. Very funny. Hmm. Worst game I genuinely like. It's Xenogalassia, which is better Gundam show than Gundam Seed. Lol. Everyone hates Seed. This is the main thing I know for Syndros is that everyone hates Seed. I know this more firmly about Gundam than I know about Gundam shows that I have actually seen. I'm just gonna go to YouTube. There's a really good YouTube clip that I'm gonna grab for us. I think Mix might even know the clip I'm thinking of. There's a short by Super Eye Patch Wolf about Gundam Seed. I don't think I'm gonna find it. I don't think I'm gonna find. Oh yeah, yes. There we go. Here we go. Found it. Here we go. Found it. Let me make sure that the. I don't think. Let me make sure the audio capture is on. Yeah, this one's really good. Oh, that's a good choice, Vobern. That's a good choice,
I
Vobern.
didn't just build Gunpla. I watched Gundam, the original series.
Okay.
And there was some interesting options, but I guess, Wooly, like, which do you think I came out with?
I know that you are a fan of The Witch from Mercury, and I know that you like a decent Zaku or two, so I was curious.
So I'll tell you, it's from original. I got one of the coolest fucking mechs in the entirety of original Gundam, Gundam Strike Rouge. You can see it here. This is a high-grade Gundam Rouge. Wooly,
How did I not see this coming? I should have absolutely called out that you would take the opportunity to bring Gundam Seed to my fucking face.
Wooly, I told you I watched Seed at the beginning of this section. Seed, as in the thing everything else grew out of. Original Gundam! Strike Rouge! Strike Rouge! I didn't just...
I love it. I love it. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, actually, hold on. I think it's Hexen. There we go. It's Hexen. There we go. There we go. That's what knocked me loose. It's Hexen. It's Hexen. It's Hexen. That feels better. Just sequentially say, bitch, you know, it's a 5 different soulful love confessions. That rules. That rules. Listen, there's a lot of TV shows where I think the solution of just have everybody date would actually just make a better show. There's a lot of places where the tension is not very executed or earned. There are places where it works better than others. But there are definitely places where it's like, just have everybody date each other. Just screw this. Just screw this. Just do a polycule. There's no actual conflict here. Or if there's conflict, the conflict is going to be much more interesting once they're all dating than like trying to figure out who's going to wind up dating whomst. How do they deal with that jealousy is going to be much more interesting. Is going to be much more interesting. Oh, okay, Vobert, okay. That's so funny, dude. That's so funny. Oh my god, that's so funny. I actually love that mix. I don't know what else is happening with CrossAnge. But I think that a story that is that deeply about yearning and failure is really funny. I'm actually pretty sympathetic to if I put in, if to lose on your own terms that badly is really frustrating. I am actually okay with that. No, the thing is, like, in isekai you can't lose. Like, that's the whole point of, like, the isekai genre, is that you can't lose. Okay, honestly, the digital love story here is kind of a... I'm just gonna turn this to... I'm just gonna kind of change that. I can move these around at some other point, but, I'm kind of not loving favorite protagonists. Like, I put digital love story here, and digital love story is great. People should watch digital love... Should watch. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I've never heard of that. Hold on, there's a specific thing. Oh, you know what's a good one? You know what's a good one for this? Let's get rid of these. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of retro because this is a dumb category. As much as I want to shill for Silent Line, Dadcore. I'll have to think of what my most dadcore game is. I'll have to come up with my most dadcore game, but okay, here we go. I was looking for another piece of Gundam Seed chicanery. Wow, that's so loud. Well.
The subject of propaganda has no arc but upwards. They begin strong and end stronger. They crush all that oppose them. Their opposition is flimsy and victory is trivial. They win so much that the audience gets tired of all the winning. This is the point.
Because I know that the easy answer for dadcore is gonna be something like Pragmata, or Dad of War. Oh, Signalis rules Itsy Bitsy Bones. Signalis is an easy recommendation. Actually, Itsy Bitsy Bones... Signalis is The thing about Signalis is that Signalis is a game made of, by, and for lesbians who make synthwave remix of the Soviet national anthem. That is the most important way I can sell this, and I think that you will understand this. I think you will get it. Yeah. Yeah, basically a Debian user base. Exactly. I haven't played Near Gestalt, so I can't put it in there. I haven't played Near Gestalt, I can't put it in there. What is the most dad... What do I think of as dad core? What do I think of as a dad core game? What do I think of as a dad core game? Because I don't think it's about actually being a dad. I think it's about the things that dads do. Ooh. One Last Breath by Creed. I don't know that song. No, I get that. But I mean, like, the game is dad core. I mean, the game is dad core. I need a hit of something different. I need a hit of something different. I need a hit of something different. I need... I need abduction. What I actually wanted to put in was Train Simulator, but I haven't played Train Simulator. And the most dad-core game to me is going to be probably Bolt Action. I think actually, I'll let me see if I can find. Let me see if I don't think they have Bolt Action. They do. They do. They had a tabletop game here. Lol. Abduction is like a kind of southwest set mist. This would be the second one I put in here, Gorath. I am just breaking the rules. This is the second one I put in here. Infinity N5 is also a miniatures war game. Yeah, I would not say Hexen is actually bad. I would not say Hexen is actually bad, but World in Conflict is very dadcore. That is true. I loved World in Conflict. I don't even think those are obscure, Firo. Those aren't even obscure for this list. Actually, they are pretty obscure even for this list. I think Dot Age is actually the most obscure one on here, to be honest. I think that the games that people are the least likely to be familiar with on here are going to be Dot Age, King of I did not think King of Dragon Pass was obscure, but it turns out it really is. Old Blood isn't even in the database. I had to cheat. I had to cheat to get Old Blood in here. Bolt Action was at least in the database. Old Blood, I had to cheat to get in here. Like, and you think too much? No, that's the fun. That's the fun. We're having fun with this. Full-fledged sim racing? I don't know. That kind of rules. I mean, the thing is, like, what can you offer? Here's my thought. My thought experiment. This is not me, like, being authoritative. Here's just me thinking. My thought is, what can you, as an institution, as a physical location, offer that people can't just play at home, right? Like, that's the thing. Is like what can we do here that people won't be able to just do at home? Well, we had this problem, Harley, on the Discord server when people were doing the anime grid, and I only answered like 1/3 of it. I skipped like the vast majority of the answers on it. I was just like, where was it? Yeah, mine was I think almost entirely Masaki Yuasa, and I skipped most of them. I think I skipped like fully like 2/3 of it. Because I just haven't watched a lot of anime. Like all that much. I don't have like that many strong anime opinions. Like here's my anime one. Here was my anime one. And oh, I did actually add to overrated. I did add what's it called? Devilman Crybaby. So you know, yeah, Azumanga Daio's been a huge influence on me. Azumanga in general, the biggest influences on me in life are comedies. As a rule, I am more affected by comedies, more influenced, I should say, by comedies than I am by tragedies. Just kind of in general. So like to use a really, really big example, this is one of my most influential. No, I wasn't talking about the manga. I was talking, this is the anime though. This is the most influential single piece of writing on my writing style, I think, out of everything that's ever been written. Second is going to be Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. In terms of like what's actually affected me as a writer, I think it's How to Destroy the Earth and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy are the two biggest influences on me. Oh yeah, Hexen is honestly not bad. Hexen is fairly good even, but I would say that of the original Doom games, between Doom 2, Hexen, Heretic, I shouldn't include Strife because I didn't play enough of Strife to have a real opinion on it, but compared to Heretic, Doom, and Doom 2, it is the worst one. Hexen is the worst one. Which is a little bit odd because Heretic in particular has a much worse aesthetic, but Heretic is just like way better crafted than Hexen. Hexen is like... That is very funny. That is very, very funny mix. Hexen is, as like a moody gothic piece, it's not bad. For like moody gothic art stuff, it's not bad at all. But when you compare it particularly in terms of like how does the like actual gameplay play, it's considerably less interesting than Doom or Heretic. Doom and Heretic are much, much more interesting. They're much, much more interesting. Yeah. Antifa Cop Murder 5000. I could boot up Payday right now, and you could see what I'm talking about. Like, it is, there are 3 Payday games. Play Payday 2 if you play any Payday. Payday 1 and Payday 3 are considerable little steps down. Payday 1 has its charms relative to Payday 2. Payday 3 is just kind of bad. Payday 2 is absolute goddamn madness. Oh, I don't have it installed, and it's gigantic. Let's see how long it would take to install. 80 gigabytes. 80 fucking gigabytes for a game that has PS2 graphics. Good gravy. Yeah, Payday 3 flopped. It wasn't very good. It's not very complicated. It just wasn't very well made. There was probably a business strategy that could have saved it, which would have been to delete Payday 2 off of the internet before they released it. But it did have the huge problem of coming out and Payday 2 still existed at the same time. I don't envy anybody who is trying to make a sequel to Payday. The big problem with trying to make a sequel to Payday is that Payday 2 is just enormous. The amount of content you have available to yourself if you are playing Payday 2 is enormous. It's gigantic. It has been a game that's been in like semi-continuous development of releasing new maps all the time for like a decade. And then they released a game that had like 3 maps. But also the Payday 3 was also bad on top of that on its own merits. But no, Payday 2 is... They tried to make a stressful heist game. And then what they actually made was... dubstep Left 4 Dead. Is what they actually wound up making. They made Left 4 Dead feel like it's not a horde shooter. The only horde shooter that's more... It is more triumphalist of a horde shooter than Helldivers. It's just like so hard to overstate how much Payday 2 is like mowing down hundreds of cops. Like, it's just so hard to like oversell how funny it is, how grotesquely hyper violent it is. It is so silly. It is so silly. It is so silly. My joke about Payday 2 is that the actual lore of Payday 2 is that the characters in Payday 2 made a deal with Mistopheles to become the best bank robbers ever, and this sentenced them to hell. And they are now trapped in hell, where hell is murdering thousands and thousands of FBI agents. They get to rob every bank successfully, and that means that they are not fighting cops, they are fighting portals to the elemental plane of law. Hello, Archibald. Hello, Archibald. How you doing? That's what they do, and that's it. Yeah. They now have to. They are now fighting. They are not fighting actual cops. It is law elementals. It is law elementals are coming for them. I think it's extremely funny. I like it quite a bit. It is my second most played game of all time after Warframe. There's some other categories I believe we need here. I think these are actually kind of uninteresting. As much as I enjoyed adding that one here, let's keep revising. Let's keep revising. What game would you think were my most played? Iron Kingdom's RPG isn't on here. We need some more negatives on here. What are some games that I hate? Nah, the RTSs have a ways to go. The RTSs might be like towards 3rd or 4th place. I might be able to find some RTSs for 3rd or 4th. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar. We can figure it out, Mix. Would you not put those under Beloathed? Okay. What would allow you to insult God of War or Devil May Cry? I actually don't hate Apex. I don't hate Apex. I've never played League at all, and I've never played Tarkov. I actually kind of like Apex. I haven't played it in years, but no. Harmful to civilized societies. That's actually not bad. No. My first thought, and I don't think it's actually my most beloathed game. I didn't play Titanfall 2, so I don't mind. I don't really care. Oh, it might be Mass Effect 2. For me. No, my first thought for beloathed, interestingly, I think is going to shock people, is Armored Core 6. I really don't like Armored Core 6. Hold on here. Let's, I kind of want to figure out an excuse to put, for Armored Core 6, mostly mechanical. Mostly mechanical. My big thing is that I was literally playing Armored Core 1, leading into playing Armored Core 6, and Armored Core 6 feels like you are just replaying the first 15 minutes of Armored Core 1 over and over and over again for hours. It's maddening. It's such a downgrade. We don't need the shilling for Traveler's Rest. Well, like everything has the same mobility, right? Like, waste them all by being a video game. Devil May Cry is his example that he's talking about. Goroth, that's what he's talking about. Is Devil May Cry. Oh, there's something I was thinking about here. There's a game that I wanted an excuse to put in here. No. I didn't think that. No, that's no. I understood that mix. No. Your example of a look cool game is Devil May Cry. Your problem with Armored Core is that you want it to be an anime. Okay, yeah, it's fair. I'm just spelling it out. Sorry. Also, hello, Scaldy. God. God, Omega Strikers. If I'm going to have beloved best combat, I want to have some other mechanic that I'm calling attention to. There should be some other mechanic that I'm calling attention to that's not just how you kill things. I'm trying to figure out like how to express this. How I would express. I guess I've got turn my brain on here. I guess I've turned my brain on here. I'm trying to think. There's got to be some other games that I've hated over the years. I didn't like Ruiner. I did not like Ruiner. I don't get people's love for Ruiner. That's fair. I went with Most Beautiful because I thought that favorite art style was kind of goofy. Favorite art style is kind of goofy. Yeah. I might remove Beloathed, because I'm not hitting it. I'm not quite hitting, I'm not sure I actually believe that. I'm not sure that I actually believe that Mass Effect is harmful to civilization. Oh, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah. The worst part is that I don't actually hate the transition from Civ 4 to Civ 5. It's just that Civ 5 is actually maybe my least favorite of the Civilization games. I think it's better than Civ 3. But it's... I think the entire Civilization series is bad. I think the entire series is bad. I think that the entire series is bad. Yeah, I think 6 is better. I haven't played 7. I have not played 7. I don't know how bad 7 is. People tell me that it's bad. I do think 6 is mostly better than 5, but I think it's a mediocre improvement. I think it's only a modest improvement. I think the move towards more cartoony graphics was a positive. I think the less realistic graphics helps, mostly. I think I feel better about this. I think I feel better about this. I also am not even a huge fan of Age of Empires. Yeah, that's my big thing, Goroth, is that within the 4X genre, I actually think the mainline Civilization series is quite bad. Like, compared to other things that are, like, its direct competitors, compared to Endless Legend, I think it's quite bad. I think it's very primitive compared to Endless Legend. Oh, Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to, Please Help Me Please. Anonymous, it's going to be difficult to help you if you are anonymous. I need a name. I need a name and your credit card number and the 3 funny numbers at the back, on the back of your credit card. In order to help you. But yes, thank you very much for the gift sub. This is a viewer-supported channel, and it really does help me out quite a bit. It really does help me out quite a bit. I think a better challenge here would be to name 10 games. Oh, you know what I should have instead of best combat is best stealth. Best stealth. Fuck the haters. There we go. There we go. That's an improvement. I think that stealth... I actually really like stealth gameplay, and I think most games do a very bad job at it. I think stealth gameplay is amazing. I think most games do a very bad job at doing stealth. I think that makes it actually a more interesting question than best combat, because it is the room for improvement within stealth is far more dramatic than the room for improvement within combat. There may not be a absolute perfect combat that has ever been executed upon, but we are far closer to it than we are for best stealth. I think the average stealth gameplay is substantially below par. And I think that when there is good stealth gameplay, it's fantastic, and there might be some other games I can understand why somebody would choose them, but Thief 2, baby. Thief 2. Thief 2. We are 10 minutes out from ads. I'm going to run the ads a little bit early because I'm actually feeling kind of more comfortable with this. That's Metal Gear. I mean, okay, but I also agree that stealth holds more weight in this regard. I think it would be funny to do one that's more narrow. This is the thing about this is that this is like all about games. This is all about games, and like about all games, I should say. I think that I think a category that's like a little bit narrower would give a little bit better of a list. I'm kind of tempted to do one that's just strategy games, because I have so many more thoughts about strategy games. And strategy games and city builders. Okay, we are going to the ads. I will be back in a minute. I do not know why my bladder is betraying me so much tonight, but it is. We'll be back in a few. All right, hold on. There's a lot of stuff happening here. Can't be female power fans are cooler than loser coded male. Wow, got heated. I don't agree with Furo Syndras's I think you are over reading into I think that's an overextension of what Mix is saying. I don't think that's what he is saying at all, to be honest. This is my main thought about Metal Gear Solid. This is my most intelligent thought about Metal Gear Solid. And by most intelligent, I mean thing that I have stolen from somebody else and I'm going to act as if I think it is intelligent. Out of a sense of humility. I don't have a particularly strong feeling about Devil May Cry or Bayonetta because I didn't play them, so they're pretty abstract to me. These are not games that I have an actual like emotional connection to in any meaningful way. I don't know. They exist. As far I don't know. I never played them. They're console games made after 2005. They exist. That's fine. Whatever. I didn't play Rising either. I played Metal Gear Solids 1, 2, 3, and 4. I hope that you didn't actually moot for us, and I hope you just said that. Oh, wait, what? And hello there, Nunu. Yeah, well, I didn't see 5 either. I didn't do 5 either. I'm not sure what to say, about, I don't know what to say about the series in general. I think mostly I'm like really worried about revisiting it, to be honest. I really intended on revisiting all of them, playing through 1, 2, and 3 on stream during the Year of the Snake. But then I played through 1 on stream and I did not enjoy it nearly as much as I remembered enjoying it, and I don't think I did particularly good at streaming it as these things go. Like, the way that you're describing this to me, Mix, sounds like Devil May Cry is a 2000s remake of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Is kind of what I'm getting out of this. How okay. 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 That's okay. All right, fair enough. Ah. I mean, when I is for kids. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, again, I don't have a lot to say about Devil May Cry or Bayonetta. They're pretty abstract to me. But as far as Metal Gear Solids go, yeah, playing through 1, it was kind of interesting, because I think a lot of the problem I kind of had when I played through Metal Gear Solid 1 as an older man was that I was a lot better at video games. And so I just, like, blazed through the most interesting parts of the game. I just felt like I just blazed through the most interesting parts of the game and then played out, way too long on parts of the game that I thought were kind of not very good. I don't know about that. But maybe we can leave this alone because I don't even know how to evaluate the statements that people are making. Yeah, I kind of feel like 2 is my feeling is that, like, the actual thing that he wanted to make was Metal Gear Solid 2. And he made Metal Gear Solid 1 that wasn't very much, there was kind of a compromised vision on what Kojima was trying to do. And then then he makes 2, and then 2 is a huge smash hit, and then he has to make 3, and he doesn't really want to make 3. So he makes 3 that is just like a total rewind, retread that doesn't have anything to do with the real canonicity and doesn't advance the plot in any meaningful way. And then they're like, no, we need you to keep on going. And then he makes 4, which he kind of clearly hated. I don't know, it feels like 4 kind of, he clearly hated. Making. It didn't feel like he... I'll say and 4 is funny, but it's like funnier to describe in retrospect than it is to actually like have experienced. It's like actually having experience is like mediocre. And hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. How are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. It is very charged counterattack. It is very mecha. Yeah, you guys can take it to the Discord. That's what the gamer jail is for. Go to gamer jail. Go to gamer jail. I'm sentencing the 3 of you to gamer jail. Do know that as long as you keep it like relatively civil, do whatever. But just don't get too rude about it. Yeah, I did feel like I was getting a little bit heated, especially because I don't think... Yeah, yeah, but, two different flavors of curmudgeon. Okay. I did feel like the turf accusation was a little bit unfair. That did ring a little bit unfair. But if you guys are both chill about it, then you're chill about it. Okay. Well, then we're good. Then we're good. Then we're good. You know what? I'm gonna do a strategy game one. Let's do it. No, it's okay. There's a bit of trouble here where like the structure of this is really about individual games rather than about like series. It's not really set up to accept series, and sometimes that's like really what I'm talking about, right? Like this with Civilization, I really think it's the Civilization series. 100 USD worth of new books. Wow, you got like half of one academic text. Let's just start with the easy. Let's just start with the low-hanging fruit. I have not actually. I have not. I've played a lot of Factorio. I think I actually put this down as ladder. No, hold on. I love Mechabellum, Usakumo. I love Mechabellum. Madra Mimi. How goes the phone repairs, Miss Mimi? How goes the phone repairs? What would I put for historical accuracy? I think for historically accurate, the most historically accurate one might be Great War Western Front. I love Great War Western Front. Finished up an hour or two ago. Finally can lurk on my phone again or risk water damage in the shower. Hell yeah. Enjoy your water damage. But how you doing, Miss Mimi? How are you doing? That was a historically accurate one. This is definitely one that I think about a lot, but I'm not sure which. CNA is a. In case people aren't familiar with this, CNA is a 5v5 mega strategy game about the African front of World War II. It is, as far as I know, nobody has actually completed it. They're including the playtesters. The people who made it estimate that the playtime is several thousand hours. It is a shitpost. It is not intended to be accurate. It is a joke. CNA is intended as a joke. Which I want to be clear here. I am fine with, right? I am fine with. Oh hell yeah! Which one? Esoterica's so good. Esoterica's so good. Shout out Esoterica. Shout outs to Esoterica. Wait, which game dies on 0.12? Oh, air-making incantation bowls. That rocks. That's so good. That's so good. That's so good. I mean, the most historically accurate game is Pentiment, but that's not a strategy game. That's not a strategy game. Maybe I should do history games instead of strategy games. But then again, it's actually going to be pretty short. It's going to be it's going to be pretty short. I'm such a curmudgeon about historical accuracy. I'm such like a curmudgeon about it. That I'm just like, no, this doesn't make any sense. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I'm just thinking really hard. I'm chewing really hard on my thoughts here. Hungry. I've not played Hungry Henry's Big Adventure. Oh, yeah, I definitely have not played it. It's an insane game. It's a completely insane game. It's a completely insane game. I'm gonna leave PvP alone as a category. What do I think? I think it might be Great War Western Front. I think it's Great War. I love Great War Western Front. Oh, Odd Taxi is so good. Enjoy Odd Taxi. Enjoy Odd Taxi. Odd Taxi is really good. Enjoy Odd Taxi is very good. I played Cossacks. I thought it didn't leave that much of an impression on me, so I feel awkward commenting on it. It didn't like really sink its teeth into me. I guess we got to ask ourselves, like, what are our limits on strategy games? I kind of want to have like a city builder row. War of Dots game on YouTube? Never heard of this. Crusader Kings has a competitor that's funniest on purpose. Funniest by accident. War of Dots. I gotta look this up. Live tactical combat. This looks like somebody is making fun of me. Like, me specifically. I've never seen this before, Madra Mimi, but I feel like somebody's making fun of me personally. We made a World War I game with no graphics. Just to make fun of Almantas. That feels like a joke at my expense. This feels like it is making fun of me. This feels like a joke at my expense, which I'm into. If you click on the gameplay preview, it's just so unhelpful. It's just so unhelpful. Yeah, yes, I am. I love it. I love it. I know, right? Speaking of which, diplomacy is the best game for content production. It's diplomacy. It's diplomacy. What if Among Us was considerably more evil? Is like, who's gonna beat that, right? Who's gonna beat that? This is gonna be Frostpunk. I am really bad at 5D chess. I don't actually know what the toughest... Oh, it's dot age. What am I doing? It's dot age. I was going to say Tropico, but I think it's dot age. It's definitely dot age. Is Barrow Trauma a city build a strategy game? I don't know what the boundaries of strategy games are anymore. Controversial choice. Mostly regular chess with extra checkmates. Boo! That's dumb. Boo. Boo. I might actually move this down here. Best Paradox game. And then do something else here. Do something else here. No, nobody said I was good at strategy games. My Mechabellum, I'm like 800 at Mechabellum. I'm not actually good at strategy games. Who gave you the idea that I was good at strategy games? I just like them. Whomter, yeah, I will not get yeah. I think I'm actually kind of good at Opus Magnum. But yeah, I'm not generally good at most games. From what I can tell, I'm okay at Infinity. I am okay at Infinity. Okay, you will only like Victoria if you're already sold on the Paradox idea. If you're already sold on Paradox gaming, I think Victoria is my favorite of the whole setting. I think it actually might not be the overall best. It might be Crusader Kings 3. I just haven't played enough CK3 to like really give it a fair evaluation. But if I compare Victoria to Imperator or Europa Universalis, or any of the Hearts of Iron, I think Victoria is the best one. Victoria... Okay, what you're doing in Victoria is you build buildings. That's what the actual gameplay is. You build buildings. And specifically, you build construction sectors so that you can build raw materials production for construction materials so that you can build construction sectors. That is the actual gameplay. You build a couple of construction sectors so that you can start constructing iron mines and wood lumber camps, and then you build those until the price of iron and lumber falls far enough, and then you build more construction sectors, and then you build more of those, and then you basically do that until you run out of peasants, and then the game is over. That's fundamentally how you play Victoria. That's the actual core of Victoria, which makes it sound super bad. Yeah, the bureaucracy is expanding. Yeah, it's an economy simulator game. It is a classical. It is a classical economy simulator, right? It is and by classical I mean like Smith. It is a Smith and Ricardo and Marx simulation. There are a couple of things that are in classic Paradox fashion. There's a bunch of small stuff that can trip you up that can cause you to just trip on your own balls and die for no really good reason whatsoever. And then there is a bunch of big stuff that's like generally really important to understand. The most important thing to understand is that the extent to which an economy simulator is something of an illusion. Goods have prices. Goods have prices, and the prices are set by the relationship between the amount produced in your market and the amount demanded in your market. And where this is really important is that it is not actually impossible for you to run out of something. If you don't have enough of something, it just causes the price to go up really high until it hits a frankly pretty low ceiling. The ceilings and floors on prices are surprisingly tightly constrained, which I think is a huge problem. And let's just get some more out of the way here. Yeah, very typical, but yeah, so that's, and the game is mostly about those. The game is mostly about those relationships between goods and demand. The other thing that the game, depending on who, I have almost entirely played as high population, low technology countries. I have never played as a European. I've spent maybe 10 minutes playing as Sweden to learn the controls, and the only European country that I have actually played is the Ottomans. That is my European country of choice. Oh, Starfire! Starfire 687. How are you doing? How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I am mostly a calligrapher, but today was supposed to be Timberborn, and I just haven't touched it. I have been off and on. I have been also. I'm glad that you're a Primrose enjoyer. I'm glad that you're a Primrose enjoyer. We have been talking about Rome off and on. The most recent book I read was Slingers and Sling Bullets in the Civil Wars of the Late Republic. It was pretty good. Let me see if I can. It was pretty good. Yeah, here's a JSTOR link. Here's a JSTOR link. You can tell, that's how you can tell that we're really on some shit, is I'm sending you JSTOR links. That's the most recent game that I read. It was pretty good. I not like a huge amount that like I learned in terms of like dramatic stuff, but it was kind of useful. It is kind of useful to have this like big catalog of where we have found sling bullets and what they looked like and how they were used, right? Not particularly specifically how they were used because we only have a modest amount of information about that, but we do have a lot of information about people would inscribe sling bullets. There's a lot of questions about how you inscribe sling bullets and what you put on them and why you would put them on there, right? Mostly it's insults. Mostly it is insults. Catch being a classic, yeah. And it's interesting to see how they kind of got used. It's kind of like writing on a grenade or an artillery shell, yes. With the added bonus that people can actually read them. Another element of it was that a couple of times throughout history, people wrote spy messages on sling bullets. A couple of times there would be like spies would write messages on sling bullets and you know, for the opposing side to catch, which I would think would be a little bit of a challenge to get much done with, because I don't know how much people are picking up and reading sling bullets and then able to tell which ones are the ones they need to, like, not just throw right back. I don't quite know how you figure that one out, but apparently it worked, right? Apparently it worked. Julius Caesar reports it working in his civil wars, so I guess so. I guess so. Now you'll cause me to make a big stretch. Yeah. I mean, if it works, but I still want to know how it works, because it seems like it shouldn't work. Well, if you have to be careful about that. Like you would write markings on them that would have like the actual information on it, but I don't know. Well, you can't color them very readily because then your own people will see. Which happened to two of Julius Caesar's spies, is that they got caught inscribing messages on stones that they were throwing, and then they got executed for it. Well, this was not for battles. This was for sieges, right? Sling bullets were really, really useful in sieges in the ancient era. They were really, really useful. That's a lot of where the use cases. They were used in battle, but this was like the example we have from Caesar is from a siege. It's from a siege with I believe against Pompey during that civil war, is what I think I recall. Encrypted letter. Well, you have to encrypt, but the concern I'm proposing, the concern that's getting to me is like you throw it at your opponent and then your opponent picks it up, right? Because these are sieges, right? They last weeks, if not months. And then you throw them and you pick them up. How do they know to hand them up the chain of command, right? Like how do they know like the chain of command? Oh, Nightmare Nexus. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Nightmare Nexus. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, it's Sen. Hello, Sen. Hold on. And at Nightmare Nexus. Sen is my model artist. Sen is my model artist. Nightmare Nexus, what were we chatting about? I hope not library fees actually being late. I hope them not actually being late. But welcome in Vaporwitch, welcome in Brandoinator, welcome in Nightmare Nexus, obviously, welcome in Threltor Skelter, welcome in Kyberon VT, welcome in folks. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I teach I talk a lot about history. We have been talking about ancient Rome a fair bit because the most recent, how do I add custom? Is that gonna work? No, that's not gonna work. My most recent book that I read was about the sling bullets in the Roman Empire, slingers and sling bullets in the civil wars of the late Republic. So it's about the time of Caesar and Augustus and Mark Antony and stuff like that. Yapping in the video store. You have reminded what sense to add to my ooh. Are we siblings? Are we siblings? Are we siblings? Let's try this. Okay. Then I definitely need to follow you. Then I definitely need to be paying attention here. Oh, I am following you. I just haven't actually caught your streams yet. Yeah, let's go. And so I was going over this meme. There's this meme of this About Me video games thing, and it was driving me a little bit nuts because I thought many of the categories were boring. I thought that things like overrated and overhated and stuff are boring, so I have been improving it. And talking about games that I think are interesting in ways that go beyond. This was actually the part of what provoked this, right? Was that one of my people, who I think might still be here, Itsy Bitsy Bones. This is usually about when he goes to bed, but he might still be here. Itsy Bitsy Bones had listed Mini Metro as their turn their brain off game, and I was like, that is insane. That is absolutely bonkers to me. I have never related to anything less in my entire life. So, yeah, you're still here. Yeah, you listed Mini Motorways as like a less stressful game for you, and I'm just like, this is like the most stressful game I can think of on the planet. Like, my blood pressure starts creeping up just thinking about it. Just even thinking about it. So I thought it was more interesting to talk about. Oh, yours. Oh, then it was somebody else. I'm sorry. Vbridger, thank you for the follow, and so also Brandoinator and Mother Mila, thank you for the follows. Do I not get follow notifications that come fast enough on a raid? That might be what's happening there. Use Pokemon Snap. That's not a bad choice. That makes more sense to me. Mini Metro? Mini Metro, I have it. I can fire out Mini Metro. Mini Metro is very simple. Yeah, Mini Metro is 300 megabytes. I could never... Rabbit and Steel, yes. Factorio, absolutely not. Absolutely not. If there's an optimal way to do things... absolutely the fuck not. If there's an optimal strategy, I should say, that I haven't figured out already. If there's an optimal strategy that I've more or less figured out, or like optimization doesn't matter, that's one thing. But if I have space to do my own optimization, absolutely the hell not. Yeah, that's for me, for us, Indrus. It has to be a game like that. Oh my god, this is so loud. Why is it so loud? Okay, I guess I'm just gonna turn off my... I'm just gonna take off my microphone, here. I'll turn off night mode, because the game looks weird in night mode. Let's put this away, so I can show Mini Metro very briefly. I'm just gonna have... Okay, Mini Metro. Okay. Yeah, no, their list of games is not that weird. Like, I'm just glad that they at least had, what's it called? I have to think way too hard right now because it's 3 in the morning. I was surprised they had Slave of God and King of Dragon Pass. Okay, so This is mini metro. There are metro stops. And I now have 2 lines. I now have a red line and a yellow line. I should have just extended the yellow line. But here we go. Yeah, Slave of God was my best under 30. It's like 10 minutes long. Okay. You can see. And once somebody actually misses their stop, then we're in trouble. This is a terrible design, by the way. This is a terrible design. Yeah, and I automatically used a tunnel there. God, I love Slave of God. Add a locomotive. Okay. Adding it to the yellow line because the yellow line's way too damn big. So look, this is how the game works. This is just the game. This is just the game. I don't know how much I want to close a line. This is just San Diego. This is... Okay, let's see... No, I'm gonna keep trying like this. Trains on this line will not stop at this station. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, and then I'm gonna keep on doing this. This is a terrible design, but it's... Oh, and let's put another locomotive on the red line. Shit! I was supposed to be on the red line. Fuck me. Literally put that on a red-only station stop. And see, now I'm already stressed out. I'm already, like, more stressed out than I've gotten the entire time I was playing Dark Souls. We're probably gonna lose because I tried to put that train on the red line and there's 3 times on the yellow line, even though it should be 2 on the red and 2 on the yellow. Yep, we're in trouble. Is already on this line. Yep. Yeah, it's a terrible design. This is a terrible design. At some point I need to add blue. New locomotive. A new asset. Open a new line. Okay. Yeah. See, this is how we're gonna... This is how you lose the game. This is how you lose the game. Let's make an insanely fast loop. Okay, I'm actually gonna reset because that's so annoying. That is so annoying. Nope, resetting again. Okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah, this is like I said, this game stresses me out more than like almost anything else. This is my example of a stress game. Interesting. I'm not familiar with them outside of this. Okay, and yeah, let's go. I do have access to a blue line, but I should hold off on that. I should hold off on that. And let's... Okay, speed up. Speed up, make this a little bit... Oh, Pheasant Hyperlife Drifter. Okay, okay. Interesting. 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 Okay, and... Let's think about this. Let's go through. And around. New locomotive. Cool. Thank you. Tunnels. Let's go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So you like Fury. I do like Fury a lot. I do like Fury a lot. I do like Fury. Another one for yellow. There we go. I haven't played Hyperlight Drifter. I have played Fury, but not Hyperlight Drifter. Link to the past with Exodus flasks. Interesting, the red line has not a single square. There's only one square station on this entire thing. This game stresses me out so much. You are seeing me like I am cortisol maxing right now. No, no, you're fine. No, no, I want you there. That's fine. Yes, yes. Passengers can spawn for any station, from any station to any station. Passengers can spawn for any station to any station, but they, yeah, so, and this is my stress game. I don't know what my rage game is. I'm not sure what my rage game is. Probably Mechabellum. Probably Mechabellum. Mechabellum, is pretty good at making me mad. I love Mechabellum, but it does make me real mad. Ah, crap. No, I don't want to do that one. No. No, I want you to keep going to the Pentagon. This sucks. This sucks. Yeah. Mechabellum's fantastic. The reason why it makes me angry is not that it's particularly like No, I want you to go to this station. I want you to skip that station. Okay, fine, whatever. It's not that it makes me... It's not that it's a uniquely frustrating game. It's that every time I make a mistake in that game, it's my fault. Every single thing in Mechabellum is a deterministic and reasonable and thoughtful enough game that if I make a mistake, it is my fault and nobody else's fault, and I cannot blame anything other than the fact that I was a dumbass. It's an auto battler. It's kind of bad to stream because too many things are happening in it. Locomotive. And oh yeah, that helps a lot. Yeah. What's going on here? I have an additional train, but I don't know where to put it. I guess red. Yeah, Mechabellum is an auto battler. You place down guys, and then they live for... Like, once you place them down, they respawn at every round. Every single round they respawn. You get to place down 2 guys per round. They have different stats and how they relate to each other and how they fight. They are stupid. They are dumb bots. They are dumb little bots. They are not sufficiently complicated to handle a lot of things. And so, oh my god, yeah, they're dumb little bots. They're not very complicated. They cannot handle big complex thoughts. They just do their thing, and oh, blue needs another train. Blue definitely needs another train. Whenever I get the next train, I need blue to have another train. Yeah, I can show it. I can show it. It's... Yeah, you put down dumb little machines, they fight rounds. Movie It Follows, nice. Oh, yeah, I think we're doomed at this point. I think that's pretty much... That's looking pretty dire for me right now. New locomotive. New carriage. New locomotive. I'm not quite sure which one needs the carriage the most. I'm leaning towards yellow, but blue could probably use it as well. Huh. What the hell is blue doing here? What is blood waffling about? Yeah, blue needs another carriage. Holy moly. What the hell is that? I didn't think we were gonna break 400, so you know, we got lucky. We got dumb luck. Dumb luck saved us here. Didn't want to do that. Get off of there. That didn't help matters at all. That didn't help matters at all. It just made everything worse. Oh boy. Oh boy. New locomotive. New interchange. I definitely need an interchange. I'm not sure where. Yellow. Yellow. And oh, blue needed that one. Oops. Yes, it is. It is. It is. This game murder. And we're about to lose. Pretty firmly screwed here. What? No. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'll be saved by Mega Carriage here. Mobile game design. There. Interchange there. Yeah, this is my stress maxing game. Like a good score is like 50,000. Right, that's like a lot of what's happening here. It's like a good score in this is like 50,000. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. There, like that, and actually like that. Crap. Do I have too much throughput on the red line and not enough on blue? I think I don't have enough on blue. I think blue needs more throughput. As I increase the size of blue. That's an interchange, right? That's an interchange. Sunday. I need another line, but I don't know where I need it. Have a good night, dear Nunu. Have a good night, dear Nunu. May as well change the category. I thought I was only going to play this for like 5 minutes. Yeah, the other game that like is like a huge stress one for me, and I find it kind of funny, like I've talked to other people like, oh, it's so relaxing, is what's it called? Dwarf Romantic. Dwarf Romantic kills me. I really cannot play Dwarf Romantic. Hold on a second here. I kind of want to create like a special service line. Well, it's already the blue line. The blue line's already the special service line. So I think I've got no tunnels left. So let's see about having light blue. Light blue and extend down there, and no, I want to keep it going. I don't want to leave. No. Why? Okay, fine, whatever. Not my intention at all, even remotely, but fine. And we lose. Please, please, free me. Game over. Game over. 1,000. 1,000. Let's see, where does that put me on the leaderboard? It's not what I care about. No, I want to see on the leaderboard. But yeah, no, let's see. Yeah, bottom 50%, yeah. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Okay. Alright. And also, just to... Do they have San Diego in here? They have San Francisco. They have San Francisco. I don't know if they've got San Diego. Alright, alright. We're going to the ads. We're going to the ads. We're going to the ads. I'm gonna put us back on just chatting. But we'll be back. Oh, I'm back. Hold on. Wrong one. Wrong one. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, let me give a big old stretch. Let me give a big old stretch. Let me think about what I want to do here. Yeah, Infinity is basically the mechanically strongest one. Want to learn. I've got an easy answer for this one. I've got more complicated answers, but I got an easy answer for this one. Well, assuming I can find an image for it. Where's a good image for this? There we go. Custom upload. Hello, Usakumo. Hello, Usakumo. So Warcrow. I do want to learn Warcrow. I think it sounds really interesting. I'm mostly like running off of its reputation from being a Corvus Belly product, much more than a like anything I actually particularly know about it. Old but good. Let's actually change this one to old but good. No, get away. Old but good. Final Fantasy Tactics. Yes, I do. It was Weeabiscuit. Okay, it was Weeabiscuit. Thank you, Rexy Raibu. Yes, I do. Next stream. Actually, let me put this away briefly. Next stream is a painting stream. I didn't know that you didn't know this, Usakumo. But I paint, well, these are strategy games. These are just strategy games, Scaldy. I will be painting, I don't know what I'll be painting on Thursday. I have so many ancient Romans, Usakumo. I have painted like 20 ancient Romans on stream, and I still have like 80 left. But I do have a bunch of Trench Crusade, and I have a couple of like goofball ones. And I should be good for it. My I've needed to compress my wrist a little bit, but I should be fine for it. But yeah, I love and actually Saturday we're doing a tabletop war game on the Discord server. We'll be playing, me and Wasteland. We'll be playing a round of Infinity N5. We're playing a round of Infinity N5. Spirit Island. I love Spirit Island so much. Also, did I say hello to Kango? Sorry if I didn't say hello to Kango. Kango's cool. Kango is cool. Yeah, I'm not sure what other thing to put here. I am trying to avoid just being a person who, like, singles my hipster cred. So I'm not choosing just like the most weird stuff I have off the top of my head. I'm choosing stuff that I think is pretty mainstream here. But yeah, we got city builders. We got. I consider doing like funniest single mechanic, which for me would probably be. Probably be Timberborn. Probably be Timberborn. I love Timberborn's focus on water management. I think more games should have that kind of mechanical focus. But no, this was helpful. This was helpful. I kind of enjoyed digging down more into a specific game category. I think this tells you a little bit more about what I like and how I think about things. I might change the diplomacy one, because this is mostly just, I'm just trying to shill once again for how much I like Veilfisk's channel. And I don't know if I want to do historical accuracy. Like, I complain about it, but it's not, like, actually that important to me. So I don't know how much I want to keep this one here. But... I'm leaning towards maybe calling it there. I'm feeling... like that might actually be Catan, Campaign of North Africa. I love Veilfisk's videos so much. I love Veilfisk's videos so much. But I think I might be tapped out there. I think I might actually be tapped out there. Unless people want to, like, watch me play, like, a little bit of one of these games to kind of, like, show off what I like about it. Well, somebody's, like, really curious about one of these. I can't show off Warcrow because I don't know it. I'm not going to show off Warcrow, I don't know it. I'm not going to show off Diplomacy because that's insane. Victoria 3 is one of my most streamed games of all time. You guys don't need to see that. Most moddable. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. I think I might want to do... I think that these are the categories that kind of like the least are down here, the content and paradox games ones. Let's do real-time tactics because that's actually a recognizable genre, right? That's actually like a recognizable genre. Rexy, let's take that let's keep that in DMs. If you could, please. And yeah, this is my favorite real-time tactical game. It's okay, Rexy. It's okay. It's okay. really jarring to go from what I'm looking at and then like all of a sudden Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, it's very jarring. It's very, very jarring. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I somehow seem to be gaining lifespan. It's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. I'm wondering if I'm getting other people's lifespan over time. Hmm. What's another thing to put in here? What's another thing to put in here? What's another thing to put in here? Oh, that dang old TikTok. That dang old TikTok. That dang old TikTok. What are we gonna do about the dang old TikTok? What are we gonna do about that dang old TikTok? Should I do grand strategy? I don't know. I already like added and removed that because it's a genre that's like so dominated by one specific genre that one specific developer to like such an extent that like it's hard to rate it honestly. Right, it's you know what I'm gonna put in here? You know what? There we go. There we go. Weirdest. I need to increase the power of my Dantien so I can protect myself if people can kill me with a fart. Amazing. Yeah, I think so. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to focus on like things that are like actually kind of like mechanically interesting. I did not. I don't know fights in tight places. I did not. I did not. Hello, gay little bee. Hello, gay little bee. Love the name. Love the name. Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Close quarters action movie combat. Let me take a look at that. Let me take a look at that. Fights in tight places. Oh, I love this aesthetically. I love this aesthetically. Visually, this is instantly appealing. Visually, this is instantly appealing. Instantaneously visually into this. Instantaneously. I think I'm gonna put this on the wish list. This is instantaneously visually appealing. This makes me think the instantaneous visual motif to me is hold on a second, it's auto-playing. Instantaneous the instantaneous visual appeal to me of this is super hot. Hello adders. Maybe, I mean, the thing is, like, I've been trying to kind of get away from that because I kind of didn't really enjoy, that was kind of like the thing that provoked this, was that I didn't really enjoy the the like, you are thinking about the meta. I kind of wanted to drive away from the, like, you are making a statement about what you think other people like. The other thing is that what I kind of learned from this is that my notion of I am extremely out of touch with the rest of my community. I am extremely out of touch with what the people around me are into and familiar with. I did not think bolt action was obscure, or I thought Opus Magnum was mainstream. Like, it was like, I'm just like, I'm so clearly out of touch with what the people around me, particularly in this community, maybe just in VTubing in general, think qualifies as like a normal game to talk about and think about. Like, yeah, I kind of, when I was doing the original version of the grid that had like overrated and underhated and stuff, the only games I didn't think people had already played on the ones that I listed were Dot Age and Rise of Legends. I kind of thought everybody had played every single other, everybody was familiar at least with every single other game that I had on here. Not on this one. I changed, this one's different, but I did move things around for this one, but there was but yeah, I was like people, yeah, I was very surprised. I was very surprised. I was very surprised. Because again, the Opus Magnum has like tournaments and stuff. It's like a fully live game. It just had an expansion pack published. It's by a publisher who I consider one of the major developers of modern gaming, and it's probably their most accessible work. Not necessarily their most famous, but I think it's their most accessible. And I think it's a straightforward, like, people should, a lot more people should play. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think that, I think that might be time. Who is on? Wait, what? Yes, I don't need to see that. That's the wrong one, browser window. There we go. I was like, why is that happening? That was weird. What are people feeling? That's true. Factorio is an RTS. Factorio is an RTS. Okay, hold on. Let's put this away for a second. So you guys can see the schedule, right? Okay, schedule. Offline tomorrow. All offline tomorrow. Thursday, I am doing mini painting. I haven't decided what miniature I'm going to paint. I really... Sorry, I'm just... Oh, my back is really killing me right now. That's a real good sign that I need to stop. It's a little bit scary for Thursday, because this is only 5.5 hours. This is not that long of a stream. Thursday, mini painting. Friday, board games. Let's put on the socials, the things I almost never use, and put on the Discord, the thing I actually do use. Friday, there's presumptive board games at Sotex. I should double check with people to make sure that that's actually happening. If it's not happening, then I'll probably do something more casual, or possibly nothing at all. We'll see. Probably nothing for Friday, because I've got work on Saturday. And Saturday, I'm going to be doing games on the server. We'll be doing Infinity. I'm very excited for that. I love Infinity. I need to get more Infinity matches in. I need to catch up on other work stuff, but this is, I don't know, the constant push and pull of being alive here. Well, we'll teach. So I'm looking around at who is, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'll do that. Maybe that's what I'll do Friday if the board game night fails. Bonnie is playing Dragon's Dogma. Wink If You're Alive is doing Peace Walker. Tief Clegane is doing Pragmata. LLL Princess is just chatting. And so is Miss Gravestone. What are people feeling? It's Roy Kiato's birthday. But he's watching Power Rangers. What are people feeling? I could go any of a number of ways here. Don't have a particular opinion. That's fair. I'm going to look at my record sheet and see whomst I haven't rated in a minute. I really should put in a redeem for just like you want me to raid somebody in particular. Sorry, I clicked something wrong. You know, we're gonna go with LL Princess. Alright. So, we're going with LLL Princess. That's 3 L's, that's not III's. Okay, there we go, and then... And let's go. Let's go. I will see you, not tomorrow, but Thursday. We'll be mini painting. Again, haven't decided what mini I'm going to paint. We will probably decide the day of. I've got minis to paint, right? I've got plenty of Romans, if nothing else. I've got plenty of Romans, and I've got plenty of Romans. I also have some conquistadors, and some Afghans from the Arab Wars. I'm sorry, from the British Revolt. The Afghan Revolt against the British. We'll talk about it then. Thank you all very much, and have a lovely, lovely night. Oh, I've got like 80 left. It's so many. All right. Have a good night, everybody.